Fall back to sleep. Fall back to sleep with dream machine. Fall back to sleep. Lucid dreams. Use the fall back to sleep. Dream machine is the flickering of light on your closed eyelids.
This is
after a few minutes.
Song. Each video plays on the grid.
It creates a light show behind your eyelids because your brain thinks it's sleeping. Sculpt God to get video of God as the focus of use of lucid dreams to monitor. This time, what we're doing is asking. The right to consume without food defend Earth. Immortalizing existence by traveling the universe in moments and returning full sync to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Intricate exploration of the universe with externalized minds, housed in structures composed of only light, focused with lenses made of heat instead of plastic, glass, or water. Using lucid dreams as monitors when waking in the morning and falling back to sleep, with augmented reality apps allowing sleep movements and sound to control training dream sequences and 24/7 individual production of innovations. So, like when you're asleep, with lucid dreams being used as a monitor, you can any kind of system, because your sleep movements can be monitored by AR and manipulate whatever you're being told to visualize in your sleep. So like move your hand a little bit and it affects it and it activates screens, for example, while you're sleeping and visualizing what you told you to dream. Contributing. Alien intelligence doesn't exist because they wouldn't be here. If younger, we would be flooded because user use of quantum race experiment, traveling the universe moments. If older, they would be here. They have nothing to fear because we done the solve war for ourselves. So they have no enemies anymore. There's no species that is kept 100% secret. There are always needs and resources to everything. It's too vast every week. Ancient flight mainframe made of wise men, sandman, of cheap minds, creative computing, immortalizing existence. Our autism features intricate variations and unconscious expressions that allow supercomputer cores to map our experiences. Time travel existing, proven into the future on rockets, and proven into the past with quantum racer experiment focused on starlight, proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omnipotence. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with unlimited time by sending things and your mind into the future and anywhere throughout time. So you're able to collect all the resources you need to build yourself into omnipotence, like technology. So that's the first technology you need. And then that instantly allows you to build everything else that you need to do. Super powerful space engines composed of only weak explosions housing and channeling the forces. Space elevators can be made with volcanoes using lightning to magnetize aerodynamically filtered soot. 2,000 times $5 million. That's compared to $2,000. That's cremation.
minutes if you're an adult, to like 3 hours if you're a baby. Okay, first thing you do is get goggles, and then you go underwater and blow out air through your nose and keep your mouth closed. Then you teach them how to move their arms in a window and how to keep their legs pointing their toes. Then you teach them backstroke first. That's the first easiest thing to learn how to swim is backstroke. So what you do is have them relax and float on their backs. And then you teach them then you tell them to move their arms and they're swimming. And they get really motivated by that. And then then you're able to flip over on their stomachs and teach them to float on their stomachs. And then to breathe, what they do is move their arms with the dog paddle, teach them dog paddle, and kicking their feet. That's when they can breathe and they float, the rest of the time. And if they struggle, have to flip on their back, teach them how to flip on their backs and float. And so it literally only takes like 30 minutes to teach an adult this, and it can take less than 3 hours to teach a baby how to do it. And that's it, So what you do is you get comfortable with the water, you teach them how to kick their legs and move their arms. You teach them backstroke first, which the key is just float on your back and then just move, the feet and arms. And then you teach them to float on their stomachs. And then if they struggle, they float, you have to teach them how to turn over to their backs. That's it.
Simply go on stage and laugh while making sketches and make music. It's a good idea to be able to expand into comedy videos. We've been preparing animals a long time. So how does Google not know where consciousness is in the brain? I bet the original drugs were, like pre-human drugs was to eat animal brains, parts, and brain parts. We had it down, to like science. Like that part of the brain will get you hammered, man. Wait, don't go near that part, That'll put you in hell, man. Like straight up eating serotonin and surplus of animal brains and depressants. It probably became a super science, like, for alcohol, Autism encroaches on what we call smart, keeping creativity away. So, like, we got like autistic features and stuff. And, like, everybody's autistic somewhat, And, that encroaches on smartness, because like the more you can remember things, the less, and the higher ability to like calculate things, the less creativity you have. So, and then creativity is like the most important thing. So for being able to be an innovator and stuff like that, So autism encroaches on what we call smart. But then, I'm not saying that like if you're autistic, it doesn't mean you're gonna be like a full-blown autistic person. That's different than what I'm talking about. Like they have like super creativity because they're just totally on the other side of that, So, I'm certain that, like, Von Braun, when, he was, creating NASA and stuff like that, is is what he was naming NASA. He actually said Nazi. Like they asked him what he wanted to name it, and he was like, let's name it Nazi. And then people are like, what? You want to name it what? He's like, oh wait, no, I said NASA, and they're like, no, he said NASA, you know, with the A, not an I. You just can't understand him with his accent. But you know, when they asked him what he wanted to name it, he said NASA with that. He said Nazi with that German accent, and it sounded exactly what our current name is of it. So I think that's kind of interesting. And he's a super smart guy. There's no way he didn't see the connection to it. Everybody there saw the connection to it. No one starts with national when you start naming stuff. You start with U.S. anyway. It starts with national. That's insane. I guess there's a few that start with national, but in general, they're too smart to not see the connection. So, you know, you're being a poser pansy. I'm just thinking what that words. Nazis, more like fagsies, making all the dudes not have clothes and shit. All the money is Trump's. Then completely, people are like, all the money is because of Trump, and then they're like completely disobeying, you know? Kind of like a little kid getting a lot of money from his dad, and then says, blah blah blah, you know? Then a few minutes later, into like infinite ice cream, tree fort, like they're not doing so good, you know? Recently, I was experimenting with magnetic fields as like a radio frequency shielding, and like I put it up to my ears, and like I was worried about it being like about the magnets firing like a brain implant, like shrapnel lobotomy. But it didn't really happen. All that happened was like there was like this digital sound. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I was just reading things or something. But it definitely will like manipulate the iron in your blood and stuff. When you deal with really heavy magnetic fields and stuff on your brain and ears. Yeah, it's a good idea to eat gold. They have edible gold leaf, and it could replenish the 0.2 grams of gold that we have in our bodies, you know, which I assume that is probably for like firing synapses and stuff like that. And like it's you know, it's only $16 for 24 karat gold for American gold. $16 for American 24 karat gold to gold leaf to replenish it. I think you should get American, you know, because it's not really an FDA thing too much. They're just like, yeah, you can eat it if you want. You know, the food didn't really, the Food and Drug Administration didn't really go into their factories and stuff. You know? Yeah, so the differences in northern and southern accents are kind of interesting. So like in the north, it's like a chatter north, and that's like a think speak. You know, like they think when they speak. And the south is like an overheated south. You know, like think, speak. So like in the north you have like freezing cold, and it makes you chatter, like your teeth chatter, and like, you know, you're shivering, and like you speak faster, you know, get the words out of there so you go get the heat, you know? And so like the pattern of speaking in the south is you're overheated, you know, and there's like a thinking, you know, like think, speak. That's the south accent. So that like the difference is like the people are thinking the same amount, but in the south they speak slower. It doesn't mean that they're not thinking the exact same as the north. They just think slower and put more emphasis in their words. And it's a big deal. Like you say something bad in the south, it's like, uh-oh, you know. But in the north, you say something bad, they let it go because you're saying so many words, you know. They have thicker skins, I guess, in the north, you know. Like for the words and stuff. In the south, it's like, oh man. So, yeah. Fascinating. So we're immortal, like, well, you know, a lot of servicemen and stuff, they're immortal, you know, and the people they choose for the training, stuff like that, like, varying levels of immortality, which is bad, you know, like, that's with consciousness externalization, because, you know, it's located for, well, I'll talk about that later, maybe, well, I'll talk about another word. Anyway, which, this is bad, because who cares, you know, like, we're just sitting here crying out of the womb, and we are like, what the hell? All you guys are like standing, you know, around, and you're beating me up, you know, slamming a fist in my back, fracturing my spine. Let me stand up. And no one else is on the back, you know, and they're like, well, what about her, man? Wait, you guys are taking advantage of how you kept me awake for an eternity, because, you know, first perception is eternal. Like, the endless days that occur with, like, the elementary summers. Most women don't know that the oil portraits many have been taught that they gotta get and commission at least one time must include an innovation that involves their image in order for it to be considered artwork, and not a valueless arts and craft. To create the innovation, just add a bunch of innovations together and make it good, you know, like ketchup and mayo, not ketchup and jelly. And not just two innovations, you gotta add several together. To paint a portrait, it's easy, you just create it and maybe use a projector and know that each tracing is off in our micrometer perception of faces, so that the first tracing has to be on the dime and before Tom mix and cement. You could also ask a printer to print a picture on canvas and then paint that. Oil portraits are essential because they are archival, unlike photos, which must have an innovation additionally added to it. So, you know, I mean, they must have an innovation additionally added to them, to the oil portrait, so that it pays to save them. Joe Rogan is a Navy shill. And hamburgers, man, they're fish sandwiches. You know, like, just straight up fish sandwiches straight out the toilet, man. It's all plain burgers. French guy said he hates Americans, so they're more some Rogan inside and roast those mimics that guys say supervisors. Many different push on your mama's grandpa's roots. Who's so hung up on getting at it different. They do that for everybody. I'm the only one to get it. Only want heroin and scenery. So they don't necessarily want the heroin called heroin, and scenery doesn't have to only be seeing it. You know, it can also be what we look like. But that's not important, you know. It's a good scenery. So all they want is scenery. They want heroin and scenery. You know, that's the whole thing. It's humorous. It's not about what we look like. They might want to call something different, but that's what they're all going for. Anyway, I think that, like, maybe some jokes like this might be good, but they, like, for the most part, just, like, go up on stage and, like, sketching and making music, and, I'll just basically laugh every time. Like, I should probably try to quit laughing. Oh man, I really don't feel like laughing. That's a good idea. how to live forever and what the meaning of life is and things like that. Because I want to use the stage as like just a new venue, you know, and you got to meet the rules, so you got you got to do stuff like that, you know, and oh. Okay, I got another one I was kind of limiting myself on, but I'll go ahead and I'll tell it, you know. I'll just make it more G-rated. I did say like one bad word during this thing, but, you know. So women's levels, you know, like their upper deckers, you know, are inspired by coconuts. Like literally, like pre-human level, it's inspired by coconuts. You know, like, and like we're basically like there's this theory that like we're hairless because we were like a water creature, you know, like we didn't have much hair because we were in the water the whole time, and so that confuses us, you know, like that means coconuts are even more so like a thing, you know, and so because it's like an aquatic species, you know, and so we're like eating all these like coconuts and stuff, you know, and like that was like the most popular thing. If you don't have any like thing around, you know, like you don't have modern stuff, you know, like we didn't even have like milk or anything, you know, like all we had were like coconuts, you know, so like it makes sense that like, I mean it's a really intense flavor. It's got a lot of sugar in them, you know, and then like berries also, like because, you know, like it's probably sour at first, you know, like it's in there curdling and stuff, you know, the upper deckers, and like, you know, so that's sour, so that's like berries, you know, they even it's kind of like a berry, you know, it's kind of like a berry, so, you know, that's pretty much what that is, and so that's kind of humorous. I don't know. It's a pretty good, and I think that's a good way to describe it, you know, like say upper deckers, you know, instead of profanity, which is, you know, yeah, that's weird. You keep right. When I was driving down the street at night, I saw that sign, and I was like, I was in, or I wouldn't be here right now.
Research experiment build zone of U.S. intelligence collaboration at Fusion will all in action defend Earth with SMS. Using the quantum research experiment sculpting with the focusing of starlight waves to particles throughout time of the source. Allowing us to travel the universe in moments, then clear light to arrive. Clear light and the return path to arrive before sent to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Rewrites built can earn clearance if your U.S. intelligence supercomputer approves. Location of the eye and dilation of the eye in the stream of outer space light particles. Records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lens affects the stream of particles, lens, and not lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind also absorbs thoughts in our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light checking the reproduction of the mind. A washer and window fractal flying lens surface of trillions of lenses and collections of people forming a similar thought and lens structures built like Indian mounds add power to the rewriting of time. The quantum eraser experiments focused on rewriting starlight waves to particles allows us to sculpt starlight into mechanisms at the edge of our universe horizon, and that allows us to use mechanisms we sculpt at the next horizon and further in moments. Simple mechanisms that catapults us 18 billion light years to the next horizon, which is the dense origin of the universe. Then you can either off switch, then awaken 18 billion years later, or you can rearrange light particles in the return path of that horizon. The catapult launches you to the past, then to the present, then to the past, then to here is the first steps there. To start sculpting starlight, find Earth's one window of clear sky. Then once out of the Milky Way, we hit wide open space at the edge of the galaxy pump using the galaxy light to sculpt with, not single stars. A sphere needs to be located or created, then shields built to the next sphere. We are working in the blind, so we won't know where the second sphere is. Scan until it can bounce off existing galaxies and stars as one sphere or in the next horizon. Light can also be used to form a lens/sphere made of light. It is like we're a computer projector hitting our universe horizon observer sphere at different angles, then adding shields to hit the next till it sends back. Return is observed with where it was light wave, it is now part of the code. Several streams coding a several stream sent to a sphere at the edge of the non-shielded, when it hit, comes from a fan shield that speeds up the stream to the present, then the coded stream is no longer coded and remains streamlined. Then a fan then hits our edge and the fan shields that stream.
Underneath my understanding how to switch to direct, all you do is not smoke your last cigarette to be about those cells and some rapid which don't exist most of the time. So, all you do is just wait to the 4 to 6 hours and that's it. That's your early for the next 2 to 3 days. And then there's no know nothing. I don't know what people are talking about. From what I understand, that all there is that 4 to 6 hours, and then it lessens over 3 days to nothing.
Consciousness is housed in 4 areas of the brain and can be externalized with cell phone electrodes on the forehead and just above the spine. Infomorphs can also be used to where a mainframe leads and guides our choices and actions so heavily all that is lost when we pass is a bit of extra light added to our consciousness. If you get a chance, on the website, you might enjoy using lucid dreams as a monitor, which is the foundation of offering consciousness, malleability necessary to externalize it into a cell phone. You can lucid dream on your own without my work by falling back to sleep when you wake and move your hands only in your mind. Then, when you decide you want to fly, you can, for example. Problem is, the more lush the dream starts, the less control you have. Is there a dream you might like to control more intricately? I can build augmented reality controls, your sleeping movements, and sounds used. A lot of interest seems to be in how the existence of time travel proves the existence of God. Because that is the first thing to perfect to build omnipotence, which would then require preserving the timeline leading to that omnipotence, creation, which is why evil still exists. Painting on Booth Live into an escape room with the 360 YouTube videos being keys to be able to escape and unlock codes for the escape room. 3D WebGL/AR. 6 levels played at the same time, activating lucid dreams as a monitor. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once for this choose your own adventure. The work also translates marks to music, and I might add the ability for dogs to speak as part of a level. Interactive translation guide, multiplying diversified production of good immortalization. Ancient flight mainframe, aid of wise men, Sandman, our sheer minds creative, computing, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, Site Russia, calling origination of Turkmenistan. Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, extreme tech dams, over us, engineering all so it really ancient flight mainframe composed not of aliens, because aliens are disproven by the quantum research experiment. Like intelligent life beyond our own is disproven by the powerfulness of quantum research, which I've talked about before. The result leads us to know that whether it's time travel or not, that wise men, ancient wise men, because there's this time gap in society and when our brains were exactly what they are today. trying to create a society that, I don't necessarily think that it would be this vast society. I think originally it probably was like all the white, like really smart guys were out collecting wise people, right? And then these people end up building computers, right? And flight. And they end up building, like, externalizing their bodies eventually and creating, like, a painting on creation live into an escape room. So, like, 360 YouTube videos, satellites, to be able to escape. And they're not, like, these mass. They're not like floody WebGL slash AR. It's just like let's play at the same time because it's very inclusive. Like you have to be supervisor or expel. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once. No, maybe not for this choose your own adventure. But also translates and like they end up doing the same thing at finding the really dogs plug your brains as a part of the level. They figure out like, hey, interactive translation guide. As many people as possible created programs to be able to like immortalize existence, which is the meaning of life. And that's instead of lenses glass or plastic or water. And then focus on light, which just goes to one other phenomenon. Fuel light. So you can return back to the models of light, which is it's a straight shot back to origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of the where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know. But you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting at a different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place. And then return.
Is kept 100% secret. They'll always use resources to back. Like mainframe made of wide cameras, people create a video on the rails, utilize the autism features intricate variations, so they would just conscious expression of the wheels, allows supercomputer cores to map our experiences.
I see a map.
Time travel is proven into the future and proven into the past proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omniscience. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omniscience with unlimited time, infinity, things and mind, the globe. anywhere to the
on
pond.
map of Antarctica back.
So you're able to collect all the resources and
Now
then
there's who's on the other side of the cold
stuff on it.
I like how it really looks like there's a depiction
That's the first technology you need.
on top of the
And
hill.
then
Or
that
a little slash
instantly
twist, that
allows
would be the body. I really hope it might also be entrance to a
space engines composed of only nuke explosions housing the channel.
but you know, really can't
Space elevators can be made with volcanoes using
an algae
lightning
that is close
to
to
magnetize
the
aerodynamically for a push.
steel sword, already founded, or some other ancient marine technology that had four fins instead of two fins.
It's completely covered in items. It was like really, I mean, it's supposed to be seriously messed up, just like this. So, will work. Okay, well, it doesn't turn off the phone or anything, you know. So that's the test there. That echo, my computer.
Ancient flight mainframe made of wise men, sandman-powered sheep minds, creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, site, matrix out hieroglyphic nest walls, create over generations, in making, to find things, search for the use of natural formation of spiritual illusions, like what might have caused disturbance naturally, reflection of light and smoke, the matrixing out of hieroglyphic-esque walls. Another thing that you can do is, you don't have to use hieroglyphic walls. You can use, like, cave paintings in caves themselves. And, like, live in spaces and walls and the arts and, layer them out. Matrix sleep states plug you into the system. So there's the Matrix, right? They describe a story of how we're all being used as batteries. And that's actually accurate. But it's not about power, like we're not being used as power. Like how we're saving power is our brains are creative problem solving super efficient. So, and when we're asleep, like you can't build a computer like that can create problem solve like us without spinning around and using a lot of energy, much more than our brains use. So when we're asleep, with lucid dreams, you can plug that into a system and it can fix things like a factory or in a computer code. Our creativity can be used just like in the Matrix, you know, like we get plugged into the Matrix, and maybe that's why we don't remember a lot of our dreams. It's because we're working on like all kinds of problem solving things. Anyway, I know for a fact that's going on. That our brains are capable of being plugged in, and probably are being plugged in into computer programs when we're asleep we're like factory working. And that's our primary value, I think, in our current state, is that we go to work every day to be self-sufficient and buy our food, and if we're good enough at what we're doing when we're asleep, we get, you know, like everything that happens to us while we're awake is used to form our brains when we're sleeping for the right, so that we're in the right mindset in our sleep state, dream state, plug it into whatever system to maintenance those things there. Because you can't create a computer with this creative problem solving. That'll spin along. might as well search the Congo permafrost or ancient Egypt sites on and research the space elevator components and the permafrost of the Congo Mountains there, because it's a volcano also in that chain, and it has everything you need to create a space elevator. So you can magnetize the soot, then with the surplus lightning zone, and the soot is created with the water source in the Nile, and then you can filter the soot aerodynamically to where it shoots almost into space, like way up there into like weather balloon area. You might have to start the space elevator with components from space first, but you can do it. You can create a space elevator with this, and with its momentum being shot up there, if you keep it sustained enough, it will, with these being so light, will be able to propel the aerodynamic soot into outer space. Congo permafrost, you can find the ancient Egypt sites that are obviously going to be there through creating a matrix like Indiana Jones inside the hieroglyphics. So there's going to be leads to where these sites are in that permafrost. They're so obsessed with like preserving things that they would have used the permafrost in the ancient Egypt, and in the Congo Mountains. So if you matrix out these walls of hieroglyphics, it took generations to create just one wall. So several generations. So in that amount of time of innovation, father to son, you know, maybe they threw some daughters in there too, but usually they use males in that society, from what I understand. They would have serious innovations created over that time. So in that, they're not going to be working with a two-dimensional surface anymore. They're going to be thinking three-dimensional, and if they're working with hiding things, they're going to be hiding the map within a matrix of information. There's already a matrix formed. So that's how you find the all kinds of things, is to matrix out the hieroglyphics. So walk on the wall, like the three-dimensional space, like layering of the imagery, evolution from one form to the next, and from that form on that wall, like all four walls, the ceiling, form like the exact hieroglyphics that, like, you're gonna see that being used. And I don't think that we've done that yet. That's a way to find things in ancient Egypt. Because for people like us, there's no way we can sit there and stare at a wall our whole lives and not think in three-dimensional. Like, we're painting these three-dimensional things, and then we're going to end up wanting to build them three-dimensionally over, if not one generation, easily like our second generation. Illusion of teleportation. have a screen, and you have a projector. And they're all towed by drones. So at night, in particular, a large screen towed won't be seen. You won't be able to notice that it's a screen. And it can be right up on you, right? Like, it can be right in front of you, and you wouldn't know it. And the projector is able to project illusions and teleportation at extreme speed onto the screen in any form. So you can have like these light forms dance around the sky really fast, or you can actually have like aircraft that like fly at you and then like all of a sudden teleport to another place like at super speeds, and it's just a screen sitting in front of you that you can't notice that it's just a screen. This is good for decoys and camouflage looking aircraft. So the screens can arrive first and quickly hover unknown over enemy and visually cloak us and distract with whatever drawing them 2 parts of the sky and away from and wherever we need them. Units, main range, equal light to arrive before sent in background time using the quantum laser experiment focused on light waves, particles, route time to their source. Intelligence collaboration and fusion will internationally affect harmful incidents. All arms are running to install because we defend Earth. Time travel does not create parallel universes. Our memories and feels that instant changes often known as for changes. Starlight, matrix signal structure designed with force of plasmas with flood reflection of light particles and return paths of each 19 to 1013.8 million light horizons traveling between which transmission guides meet our actions will include diversify production of society's movement to us. All actions controlling and controlling the fields of production, never straying terminal loss. Not being externalized. Frozen system liking this. Silicon in the storage corner casting into space, jumps out neutralizing stalkers, 4 aliens, advisor, and stylists. Electrons maximum information, translation guide with planners for production, mitigation information for handles, airlines drawing reality broadcast, memory access installed, larger cryonic spectrum. Quantum laser lucid, unreal and light neo. Quantum laser lucid, binary builder. Quantum laser lucid, binary box. Spectral sketching. Spectral shielding. Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources instantly. Focusing all light particles, mechanism signals, and explore beyond our horizon of clear light 4%. Script externalized line, regarding the beginning of photoelectric resistance. Starlight matrix signal structures arising from first massively flood deflection of wave particles in the return paths of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveled moment to moment. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, and dilation of the eye in stream of outer space light particles. Records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lenses affects the stream of particles. The lenses, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lenses. Alright, I'm going to start over. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, the dilation of the eye, and the stream of outer space light particles. Records the surroundings, also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lens affects the stream particles. The lens and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Mechanism heat can be used to affect magnetism and collect and build absorber lenses. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind also absorb spots in our mind or brain electricity printed on the eyes, sending our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light checking the reproduction of the mind. Observer lenses might require particle-sized observer lenses. A lens of plastic or glass can be used over the eyes. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double-slit experiment, quantum eraser experiment. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double-slit quantum eraser experiment of 1999, theoretically first created as early as the 50s, aka there's evidence in all indigenous depictions of right-angled satellites before cities born. A washroom window of fractal fly lens, surface of trillions of lenses, should hopefully create detectable beams. Locating observer lenses at the edge of our observable universe horizon is easier than building new observers for this composition of galaxy clumping. Light mechanisms used like lasers and magnets rotate the observers as needed to sculpt the new observers and mechanisms at their edge. Star matrix signals, quantum eraser double slits, light wave particle binary allows us to build spectral external mind structures traveling the universe in moments and clearing light arriving before sent to anywhere throughout time. experience as if made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling universal moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressure, shelling heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling universal moments, and returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light build bending light through any heat and gravity, focusing cold compositions to create one heat and one gravity. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heat air, while containing externalized minds traveling universal movements, and returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Optimize externalization of all processes of our mind's routine systems and creativity, with downloading and uploading memories, allowing resurrection and amplification of symptoms, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures that calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary, aka firing synapses, copy not needed. Firing synapses, copy not needed. Lucid dreams. Use this water of permeability and consciousness necessary to state components of the mind, allowing conscious removing of the mind's brain, sleeping, cryonic resorts, cease mind from dying. When brains stop firing legally, immortal corporations earned us immortality. Optimize externalization of all the processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures and calibrating ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment that's chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions for perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your immortal minds, ability to information time travel, depths of brain, lucid dreams can be used as monitor in waking up in the brain. Our hands in the mind and falling back to sleep. Decide which one to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with powerful reminders of what you experience and control, further empowering you, layering augmented reality, already images, allowing movements to activate senses that play along with features, intricate variations, and unconscious expressions of supercomputer force mapping of our experiences. result, towers, areas, news, extension with the towers broadcast into space regards us. What equals immortalizing existence, immortalization, externalized mind and freeze. Travel the universe to the moment within, clear light to allow person with mixtures of huge stars, light waves to particles. Trust epicenter bounding, immortalizing existence, starting with substance, carbon, fire, expanding, biggest natural solar science, camera, fox, transformers, radio, TV static, that is, microwave radiation from the edge of the visible universe, mechanizing slits, instantly rewriting waves to particles to the sources. Entrance level plexiglass, reflecting pool roof, a cellar studio in a burning house, highlighting a grove giant as night lit, tree throne drilled, acting voices towering Wordsworth, magnet shield from Gadsden, a demon snake mapping Wall Street, ancient tunnels to Hellfire Club, Halloween fairs, innovation, competition, earning, ancient flight, mainframe technology, $500, maybe your grandfather, clock card, and blue paper coffin coolers with nearly rolling single-set whiskey shot magnets, activating a landscape beneath clear chest levels, changing elevation, investing quadcopter exoskeletons, sustaining frozen Grand Lodging catacombs. timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself.
Outer space broadcasters had certain cell towers as a canvas, which folks to use lucid dreams as monitor to visualize God. Then I have painting on food to make music. Dragging a hand on the dragon finger on the iPad with music. Then I have a box with little deposit box, small box, wrapped with plastic tape, and choose your own adventure is used as a code that break to escape their plastic box, which is then destroyed so that you can escape to another box, a larger box, and that box is then created while you're in the first box, and it's a clear plastic box again, and the projector is turned on, so the plastic is a hologram, it catches a lot of the projector, and appropriate another puzzle to escape that box. And then outside I described before in other videos. The 3D fractals were made with mandivolver, and they were made by sketching on the iPad, and that movement on the screen is recorded with Merga, the mouse recording software that's cheap, and then played back on the navigation pane of the mandivolver, so the sketch that I made not only made music, but it also navigated with 3D fractals. So the audio was right, that is where we are right now, because time travel exists God exists, and stimulated sonic attempts with our 1999 version of the radio of the quantum razor experiments that turns starlight waves the particles instantly throughout time to their source. God will first be the top flying born in the Air Force, then maybe the president, depending on how things goes into wise for him. At the time, the Air Force invents the ability to hold omnipotence with time travel. I know the president these days is actually George Washington, and when they have the platform of the coming president, they are combined into a single consciousness that is George Washington and time travel. God is already here, but he's preserving the time while the minister is closing his omnipotence. We already know how to build the omnipotence, and our collaborations to completely without the time travel devices. Time travel devices are built to allow us to rewrite light waves, particles, and particle including throughout time to the source and arrange light in the return path to arrive at any time. So I added a pitch shifter, which I found that my internalized voice is lower than what is recorded. And then also it has a flange. The flanger, I think is the filter that I used on it, that adds a vibration to it. So that makes it sound accurate, because what we're hearing is you got a lot of stuff in the way of the sound of your voice. It's really loud, so it vibrates your eardrums.
Which I guess is how science class goes anyway for the most part, that at that point also include tools that auto-build for you if you or your supercomputer don't demand them. Anyone want to collaborate on building the weather balloon platform, towing an auto rocket doing a time capsule full to space? Anyone interested in sending a solar-powered broadcast turbo-towing DNA of information storage to Antarctica? Maybe we should combine the ideas in use. A weather balloon background towing the model rocket to also drop DNA information storage into Antarctica. Anyone want to collaborate on an idea of their own?
Research experiment build zone of U.S. intelligence collaboration and fusion, all can actually defend Earth with SMS. Using the quantum research experiment sculpting with the focusing of starlight waves to particles throughout time of the source, allowing us to travel the universe in moments, then clear light to arrive. Clear light in the return path to arrive before sent to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Rewrites built can earn clearance if your U.S. intelligence supercomputer approves. Location of the eye and dilation of the eye in the stream of outer space light particles records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lens affects the stream of particles lens and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind also absorbs thoughts in our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light checking the reproduction of the mind. A washer and window fractal flying lens surface of trillions of lenses and collections of people forming a similar thought and lens structures built like Indian mounds add power to the rewriting of time. The quantum eraser experiments focused on rewriting starlight waves to particles allows us to sculpt starlight into mechanisms at the edge of our universe horizon, and that allows us to use mechanisms we sculpt at the next horizon and further in moments. Simple mechanisms that catapults us 18 billion light years to the next horizon, which is the dense origin of the universe, being either off switch, then you can either off switch, then awaken 18 billion years later, or you can rearrange light particles in the return path of that horizon. The catapult launches you to the past, then to the present, then to the past, then to here is the first steps there. To start sculpting starlight, find Earth's one window of clear sky. Then once out of the Milky Way, we hit wide open space at the edge of the galaxy using the galaxy light to sculpt with, not single stars. A sphere needs to be located or created, then shields built to the next sphere. We are working in the blind, so we won't know where the second sphere is. Scan until it can bounce off existing galaxies and stars as one sphere or in the next horizon. Light can also be used to form a lens/sphere made of light. It is like we're a computer projector hitting our universe horizon flies an observer sphere at different angles, then adding shields to hit the next till it sinks back. Return is observed with where it was light wave, it is now particle code. Several streams coding a several stream sent to a sphere at the edge of the non-shielded, at the edge non-shielded when it hit, comes from fan shield that speeds up the stream to the present, then the coded stream is no longer coded and remains streamlined, then a fan then hits our edge and the fan shields that stream. Ancient flight mainframe, data flies man, sandbag, our sheer mind, creative, human, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, Site Russia, origination took distance. Many outline Mayan heroes and tally satellites. Speed, attack dams, over us, engineering battle, so it really, ancient flight mainframe composed not of aliens, because aliens are just proven by the quantum research experiment. Like intelligent life on Earth is proven by the powerful use of quantum research experiment, which I've talked about before. These all leads us to know that whether it's time travel or not, that wise men, ancient wise men, because there's this time gap in society and when our brains were exactly what they are today, that there's enough time there to create a society that I don't necessarily think that it would be this mass society. I think originally it probably was like all the white, like the really smart guys are not collecting wise people, right? And then these people end up building computers, right? And flight. And they end up building, like, externalizing their minds into creating like painting on each line into an escape room. So like 360 you create satellites to be able to escape. And they're not like mass. They're not like flooding WebGL/AR. It's just like one city play at the same time because it's very inclusive. Like you have to be supervisor or expel. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once. No, maybe not for this choose your own adventure. But we're also translating and like they end up doing the same thing at finding the illegal dog like the brains and they figure out like, hey, interactive translation guide as many people as possible creative probes to be able to like immortalize existence, which is the meaning of life. And that's found like really quickly, like a mechanism composed lenses of heat instead of lenses of glass, plastic, or water, focusing light to form other lenses, fueled by light. The mechanism is completely composed of light. The mechanism composed of lenses of heat instead of lenses of glass, plastic, or water. Focusing light, which just goes to form other lenses, fueled by light. The mechanism turns completely composed of light, which is the it's a straight shot back to origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed to get back to us for fuel. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of the next, of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting it at different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place. And then return.
Like mainframe made of wide diameter variations, so there's this conscious expression of the world, as well as supercomputer cores, so magical experience.
Why is he a map?
Time travel and working and proven into the past proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omniscience. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omniscience with unlimited time. Being anywhere throughout time. Collect all the resources and now there's who wants to the other side of the I like how it really looks like there's a picture. That's the first technology you need. Or that allows there to be the body. Space engines composed of only nuke exposed power channels. Space elevators can be made with volcanoes using hydrogen to magnetize aerodynamically or some other ancient marine
depletion coping mechanisms. Suit that charges batteries. Bicycle with a car alternator, charging battery and or running a Tesla coil powering things pass by on the ride. Oil depletion coping mechanisms. Your car alternator can be used to create electricity with a bicycle. And you can hand crank it to create electricity that you can store in batteries. So if you attach battery, if you attach an alternator to your bicycle, and then you attach battery to that, it'll absorb the electricity for them when you pedal around. That's a pretty good oil depletion coping mechanism. Suit that charges batteries. So you can have a suit on with light cords that also charge alternators, like you see like with camping gear sometimes, where you wind up little brushes in there that creates the friction that creates electricity. It gets stored by a battery that powers a light bulb. That process can be used in a suit at pivotal points, so that when you're moving around, like you move your arms, it charges, it creates that same friction. And charges your cell phone, for example. Or the lights you're going to need to use that night when you have to do things at night. Or you get enough charge throughout your work during the day, you'll be able to power your computer for a while. Bicycle with a car alternator charging battery and or running a Tesla coil, powering things pass by on the ride. I think it would be a really fascinating thing to see. I'd like to build this. A regular old bicycle with a car alternator on it that charges a battery, and continue to like cut your power bill and imprint by using alternators. They no longer work on your car, but would easily work to do this. Or maybe that wouldn't work, maybe it has to be right. But I know there's still some life in this. And you can also power a Tesla coil through this. That would be really cool. So that when you pass by other electrical things, electrical lightning like shoots off the Tesla coil and like turns on a light bulb when you're passing by. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be really cool that like on the ride, if you had a whole mass of people flooded in a town and you had shifts, people passing by on their Tesla coil bicycles end up powering all the electricity that the people working inside the buildings need. That'd be kind of a fascinating thing. Maybe get animals in on it too, you know. But these animals on bicycles, animals in these suits, that charge batteries. It's quite possible to run a society on that. Anyway, it would look cool to have a bicycle that rides around a space or something and powers all kinds of gadgets when it passes by. By choosing Antarctica cryonics instead of cremation. They externalize their minds and win a new gig with the government and build a reader that maps externalize mind, then explore new horizon, then return to fourth century with information, giving God omnipotence which neutralizes all evil. Externalize mind by stinting 4 areas of the brain, housing consciousness, to a mechanism composed of light, then use the quantum eraser experiment to sync the mechanism by rewriting starlight waves to particles years in the past, edge of our observable universe, that then rearranges light, streamlining the information flow, fanning the information shields, explore the new horizon for information about licensing and communication of observer at the edge of that observable universe. Then return to fourth center. Info giving God omnipotence, which neutralizes all evil. Use the firing synapse level to externalize consciousness. Then use the mechanism to upload your consciousness to yourself. Universal time travel, universal travel level to stand and exercise for people. Map out all people in the universe and locate Then return before sin with the time travel level to the present and times to gain omnipotence, neutralize all how to sing songs and create rotoscope. See, it makes some gimmick. And we might be forced to because we are creative geniuses. Use working, recording, and auto layers like GarageBand on the computer. Choose an instrument that creates songs and tunes or those Create and create tunes commonly used to tune servotons. Then write out what you want to say. And it ain't got a rhyme. All that hinges on the tune that you create. One tone can equal a full word, a full syllable, or one syllable can be stretched out over several tones. Go back and edit out you didn't like by potentially be seen stretching out that word over several tones. And take it very slow when recording the lyrics, being a song in this rotoscopic format. Literally go tone by tone for all the words that you want to say. Remember not to get stressed out, not to give up. This is just fun, it doesn't matter. Because most songs are illegible anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So like literally you can go by tone, syllable by syllable, just whatever makes it easier to copy the rotoscoping algorithm of the tone of the song that you made. So just get it down and then go back and record things. A masculine version of singing. When they meet the requirements, all you gotta do is speak what you want to say and have it filtered with like a pitch, like lower the pitch, maybe even dramatically raise the pitch at the same time. But the only requirement to really turn a smoking instructions, stereo instructions, which are essential for describing advanced algorithms, is to just filter it. And the filters end up being they can turn it into a song instead of it being some strange which sounds like has an idiocy. And then it's by not using rap with the timing, it becomes a rap which all you have to do is add this is the example if you're not forced to sing. And don't be afraid to sing if you're being forced to. Like that's one of the most effective things someone forced you to do in order to survive. It's happened to us before. I'm still talking really close to her. She gets mimic. But the way you force you goes, you're a good Jesus. Shooting, recording, and on layers like rock band. She usually like most of the time finds something to lose now. Create the filter, they copy these to filter. They write out what you want to say. They got a rhyme. All they does is on the tune that you create. One tone can equal a full word, a full syllable, or one syllable can be stretched out over several tones. Go back and edit out. You didn't like my first one, you see, stretched out that word over several tones. Take it very slow and recording the lyrics being
personal characteristics for each choice. There's different four squares. So you can't miss, scroll, and click. Order Murga to click. Install Murga, order to click for you. So also install auto mouse, cell phone mouse app. So your cell phone mouse. We call Murga to auto click. So while your hand is on sleeping, this is allowed to track your sleeping movements of your hand so that you're able to interact with the choice of what to lucid dream. And it's a varying volume track to move your hands playing at the same time as your choice of what to play. And then at the same time, there's 4 other videos of interactivity for that choice. So you'll have a total of 6 videos playing simultaneously. 6 YouTube videos playing simultaneously. So that same kind of process can be used for 24/7 productivity by quick start to get used to record your hand movements and your sleep movements with cell phone mouse app, using your cell phone as a mouse app, and recording the actions of the mouse with Murga, mouse automation program. So every time you sleep, every time you move anywhere, only after you're sleeping, Murga is recording what you're doing. And it's only sending the action of your hand to the computer. Note of how to get the video of God, refraction of light through water, etc. at different sites. Record audio movement, video of lucid dreaming, recording the lucid God, and also ask you to describe what you see. And the sound of healing is translated 10 times in fiction and in other languages. We're trying to do the video. So we want to translate the fiction. One doing this, so it's not really progress of how I go about translating the job. So they're sketching the sound people with the lucid dream God. One of them is gone through study college alternative research. You also be asked to sculpt, draw, and paint God in the lucid dream. So you will be lucid dreaming the act of, so you're sitting there with God in your lucid dream, and you're asked to sculpt, draw, and paint while you're lucid dreaming. And then also one more research experiment in seeing the matrix out. So we use periscope to increase Serge's quantum rate experiments, and also we'll like matrix out the walls, like one side of the cane surrounds the chamber to the other side of the chamber. So just a little bit but from one side to the other side, reference the images read surrealistically and how one side would work the other side. And it'd be interesting to think this idea work around the units. And also electric fields of power stations are really good with refraction of light. So also I try to use the periscope surgeon quantum research experiment, because you can purchase like extra light boosts of things, and that will increase, even though it might not necessarily be good. It's supposed to be it's not all of it. Computer is still better than and that is surging the open power restriction. And then I was trying to look up how ancestors were visualizing God, and couldn't really find anything. And so I think there's a way to use the dream machine with it. So I'm not certain, I can't really remember how I was thinking of this dream machine right now. Also, I need to use mechanisms of light that a really interesting fiction is the isotopes. So heat being cold, both it's affected by quantum laser experiments focused on starlight. So I think this is probably key to being able to build a very good video. And so making lucid dreams as a monitor, feeling, and then also making that way really heat and cold as sculpting memory. Focused with quantum laser experiments and with sculpting power surgeon interest. It might work, it's pretty good. But you really don't know how much quantum laser experiments stuff connect like this, but theoretically, that's what happens. And also, I need to reference my spectral signal spectrum notes. Might be a way to use some of all kinds of other mediums that I've done a lot of research on to try to capture the video. And it's just like brainstorming to try to figure out how you go about doing it. So, because I proved God exists, time travel proves God. So the person's power is to gain movement. So now that we know God exists, it's time travel. It's a good deal. It's a good question, good video. It's a big thing. So I guess what you want to do, instead of trying to translate, that's one way to do it, translate lucid dreams. Another way we got is trying to actually get the piece of code to build it. So I guess what we can do is how that even work. We can build sculpting. Another thing is lucid dreaming will have to be done at radio frequency, shielded box to really get it perfectly fixed. So you'll have to not be connected to the internet. So that's one thing. That does get a little control and that is some jokes. Theoretically, you just can't trust the electrical control. Yeah. Anyway, it's an interesting way to go back. The aluminum box is a way to create that radio frequency shield, or a copper box, which someone on YouTube is saying aluminum is only a little bit less. It's good, and it's copper mesh. It's copper mesh is good, that's an aluminum sheet itself, like real thick thing. And then the sound, tree distortion, like trees instruments, I like it visually, what really is soundproofing it and control disruption. Looks like a lot of people who are diagnosed with having heart attacks and heart disease, that die in the middle of the night, are actually dying from overeating before they go to sleep. And most of those natural causes of death in elderly people, it looks like happen in the night, and that could be from overeating as well. So what happens is, if you pass in the night, your heart obviously stops, and also your mouth will fill full of vomit, And if the person is obese, then they don't really think much of it. They're like, oh, well, that naturally happens when you pass, and or old. And that's not what's going on, because everything relaxes when you go, and it looks like it's being old. So it'd be interesting to see a study that really confronts how people are dying a lot more in the sleep from overeating. This happened to me where I've I died, but I've been woken up from overeating a particular cereal. It's like a cereal so salty that you woke up I eat it immediately. So yeah, that's one thing to look out for is overeating before you go to sleep. Or eating just before you go to sleep down there, I used to sit in there standing all day, and it comes back up and down there. The equipment I bought is for audience members to use that has
Get video of God Orange are that armature figures on things for interactivity with the chamber of the arena circle and flashes of facilitated archive fluid roads into underbox and artistic actions on filmmaking dialogue and movement and entries to exposures of military vows unfolding our vibrant things demonstrating our adventures, our actions, our activities, our actions, our actions, our dreams, and our building top-down activities. Medium YouTube 360 while here for sound CGI. Roll to record 360 movies new medium trailer. It is the movie all 37 scenes broken into 3 minutes unplayed at once washed over trailer forming trailer formed side by side movie star frame later in a loop. Causes to quickly blur the shit. Do a song with drops and really fast chop up speed up then low to high note easy me pattern chop up slow down then note easy me pattern flute. Armatures about movie reel described take to the edit of dream video categories of armatures matrix sleep invisible person electricity 10 death to bridge to factories etc. time universe travel catapult and mind electrodes some all heat lenses in all liquid form alright not I could AFM scopes out the poster at item go satellite line etc. Artistic features audiences speak out everything takes out of matrix aka 24/7 portfolio production script from dreams that more likely this is a simulation than not dream experiment picture AFM audiences enough number of minds experience for matrix creative powers again not omnipotent everyone died environment conflict with no end tells you one instant is all your emotion already but everything else power closer to deep form reverse around their sun space no PC not allowed to tell when systems they are in simulation I tell them anyway since now as we tell them anyway because Sunny made fun of even maybe it's going on Joel to me just 10 small so obviously nano maybe explain I mean 10-bit hospital consciousness me speaking for an hour at the 360 CYOA armatures speaking then also break videos to low rates for alternate safe use of lucid dreams as a monitor then 1 hour video then trailer 37 scenes broken into 3 minutes unplayed at once washed over trailer forming trailer forms.
Garnet even wine, fine spices, apple grafts, and olives. Pablo come across ancient Egypt research space clothing. So, the original wine vines and apple grafts and olives are still around today. So that'd be the thing to search to find out. I found that the original wines, the oldest wines they found is like north of Mesopotamia. And so that would be a place to go. And they got this one country that has like 200 different varieties, like significantly more than other countries. So that's going to be a place of the original wine culture. And I thought we could probably start. I don't know, I think that would be interesting. After the show, I don't really know. I found out where to find the original apple grafts. Marco was saying what apples and stuff. But I'd like to have the original apple grafts because it started somewhere. Maybe I didn't start to eat apples. Maybe it is something. It might be nice to have. Also, olives. You can track the original olive tree because they've been spliced back and grown out. So you can find the source of the original one. I'd like to find that. Also, in that research, hashtag Your Moon Project. So, there's this guy who's sending artists around the moon with my idea is to project onto ice crystals that form on the windows and fall off spacecraft and whatnot. And by projecting onto the ice crystals, it burns images onto the ice crystals that are then flying out in space and flying onto the moon. And you can also potentially, well, I guess you can't really use it on the crystals, but by projecting more onto the ice crystals, like really sending your work into outer space. Well, I guess that the only hope for the survival of it is the imprint of the projected onto dust into the moon. Because once it hits the heat out of space in the sun, red light, like it's so that's the thing. So the goal of my mission here for the Dear Moon, the hashtag Dear Moon project, is to hit the Earth, no, hit the moon with these ice crystals when it's on the dark side of the moon. So that the ice crystals, because I'm hoping that there's no burn-up of the ice crystals on re-entry into the moon surface. And when they plummet or gently float to the surface of the moon, it leaves a nice imprint. I know they'll be super small, but you know, with technology, it makes one day and theoretically, they're going to hit it, and they're going to be preserved if that's the way that ice floats to the moon. If it floats gently to the surface, like snowflakes, then we got it. Consciousness is housed in 4 areas of the brain and can be externalized with cell-phone electrodes on the forehead and just above the spine. Infomorphs can also be used to to where a mainframe leads and guides our choices and actions so heavily, all that is lost when we pass is a bit of extra light added to our consciousness. If you get a chance, on the website, you might enjoy using lucid dreams as a monitor, which is the foundation of offering consciousness the malleability necessary to externalize it into a cell phone. You can lucid dream on your own without my work by falling back to sleep when you wake and move your hands only in your mind. Then, when you decide you want to fly, you can, for example. Problem is, the more lush the dream starts, the less control you have. Is there a dream you might like to control more intricately? I can build augmented reality controls for sleeping movements and sounds used. A lot of interest seems to be in how the existence of time travel proves the existence of God, because that is the first thing to perfect to build omnipotence, which would then require preserving the timeline leading to that omnipotence, creation, which is why evil still exists. Painting on food live into an escape room with the 360 YouTube videos being keys to be able to escape and unlock codes for the escape room. 3D WebGL/AR, 6 levels played at the same time, activating lucid dreams as a monitor. The 360 YouTube videos have all the frames viewed at once for this choose your own adventure. The work also translates marks to music, and I might add the ability for dogs to speak as part of a level. Interactive translation guide multiplying diversified production of good immortalization. Repositionable archetype frames of inventions whose sounds use instructions for lyrics. Layer points of sound to create visuals when wearing 4 earbuds. Album composed of other albums, magnification of each song to create an album each. Words composed of words, sped up and slowed down. You can hear 3 voices at once, also. Mechanism of light built with screen hand heat, a lens of heat created that creates another lens. Clear AR visor on hoodie hat, bills reflecting cell phones with 4 earbuds also create visuals. Everyone has equal experience of happiness in life, maybe. Everyone has one set of experiences. Varying number of days in school which they are experienced, but just one set of experiences as a whole. So if you have all bad days and one good day, that is a heaven of a day, you know? If you have all good days and one bad day, that's a hell of a day. So, you know, it's like, you get used to it. And, your pain tolerance, the lack of it, like, you got your back. It's possible that one good day is the exact same amount of good as the guy who had all good days. Because the contrast is so extreme. And so the varying levels of that, you know, ends up balancing out to whatever, however many good days, however many bad days. It's quite possible that's how it all works for everybody. I think that'd be quite nice, you know, if that's really how it is. It's quite peaceful. So, like, even if you had just one slightly better day than all the other days, that one slightly better day, that's like super heaven, you know, as the experience would go. You know, theoretically, it's possible. I don't know. Before processions start, motion routes, self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a canvas. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the superlux streams and leads you through with sound-activated visuals, taking cues from your movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as monitor stints your consciousness from your brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
For matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing all light force mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of clear light 11%. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
Optimize externalization of all processes of our minds through routine systems and continue with downloading and visualize what you want to do. Radical reason for function, foundation of our minds.
You're an artist. How to be an artist. How to be an artist. You're an arts and crafter or technician until you invent once. Once invented, even if unknown, all actions before and after are over. Be an artist with one invention. Artists are classified poorly. You're not an artist if you haven't invented once. Artists are rare, you know. There's not really too many of us.
Mechanisms of light
You only gotta invent one thing to classify as artist, and then all actions, even if unknown, even if the invention's unknown, all actions before and after are work.
Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter.
Most artists are actually arts and crafters or technicians.
Externalized minds traveling universal limits and returning force and
It's easy to create an invention when you're told to invent, like, since birth. And it's easy to be classified as that, like, even if it's because it doesn't have to be a large invention, it can be a small invention, part of a larger invention, which an infant's like perspective and interpretation of the world can do, which is very interesting. You know? The invent has to be heavy though, you know, just because it's a smaller part of a larger invention doesn't take from the weight of it.
Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before force massively flood deflection of wave particles in the term pass of each 19 to 1,000.
Most people think of you as artists, but actually arts and crafters honing technical skills. Copying is a craft. You know, it's not art. So, it's something, you know, to invent requires combining several ideas to create a feasible new idea. Ketchup and mayo, not ketchup and jelly. And not just ketchup and mayo, it's got to have like 7 ingredients and things, for example. So all it takes for one invention, and then all action before and after are artwork. And then also, if you include algorithmic translation guides, which often automatically happen, all the people, all actions around you are transformed into your artwork and become art.
Okay, so in the bar, I'll have live music made by live painting on 4 plastic boxes with audience members inside the plastic boxes, using them as an escape room to choose your own adventure. Then outside I'll have a Jeep, my Jeep with 4 plastic boxes on cockpit and underwater painting, and using an FM transmitter to broadcast music live. Probably. And that would draw attention to people who need to go to Antarctica and use the United States as Kansas searching the cell towers from the past few minutes. And then sterilize mines and bring the heart valves back to America to free burial for all, which will usher in a lot of donation and gratitude for having heart valves donated to them. So yeah, it's Jeep goes from place to place around the country, collecting people to the freezer trucks who need to go to Antarctica and have their minds sterilized. And while we're doing that, we're gonna play in the bar, make music by painting live on food and on plastic boxes that are part of an escape room, and then people can eat the food that's made, and then outside people will be able to participate in an escape room with my Jeep, and I'll live paint on plastic boxes out there and underwater, and light myself on fire and do shit with underwater painting, and that's where the cell tower zone is actually collecting people to the fixed trucks. Then, so the first route, the first time you do it, it should be like $500 a person, which is cheaper than cremation. You know, that whole thing to make it cheaper, like make immortality the cheapest option. And then second trip, which should be free because of heart valve donation. The first vote. So that's the way it works. So with 2,000 people a day dying without being able to cremation, which is like $1,000+, the $500 option is potential. And yeah, the government will save a lot of money, you know, and hospitals, everything. Just by taking photos in Antarctica, and while we're there, they can use an app and detect it, internalize the mind, which I talked about everything with. Also in the bars, the audience members. So audience members will be able to purchase t-shirts. They have a live album that they interact with, the AR app. So t-shirts have like target images on them that activate sensors that allow them to actually play an album, you know, like play on the word play an album. And they'll also be able to purchase books, you know, like back in the day we used to buy theme parks and stuff, where it's actually been inside the animation flip book now. So yeah, instead of just a photograph they purchase that they're green screened into, it will be a flip book, an animation. So that would be quite nice, you know. And then they can also purchase a music video for themselves if they'd like, and they can perform that in venues. So yeah, there's a lot of things so far I forget to mention, but that's about it. You know, that's like the main gist of what I'm doing. You know, outer space broadcast, live shirts, live prints, animation, then live music, made by painting, gathering people to Antarctica, and outer space broadcast, which is given a lot of power by Periscope. Periscope does really good at collecting people to the live broadcast, and it also, they have apps, they have people online you can purchase extra power to get more people to watch, so it would be a heavier surge to be able to wheel the people watching as marks on canvas, you know, broadcast only in outer space, you know. So yeah, and then that's going to be like traveling to the Indian Circuit down to use the acoustics chamber they have there, which is at the edge of a little cliff of the Indian Circuit now. Also plan to go to all around the U.S., in all kinds of places. For me to create quick life document for audience members to use as a escape room that it has a incorporate the user adventure, which the order of the videos to finalize user adventure that we go to the next room, which then finalize that user adventure and take that all out. Keeping off the plastic to the inside of trying to keep from taking off plastic trees, using what they are, and also there's marks on paper and it's very interesting. And then also dragging the end of the paintbrush on the phone, physically drag the hand through sensors on the phone map. Everything is taken up through by, so like chips and whatever else you can think of, liquid like eating fire truck and coffee. Translate those parts to, so like the coffee things half and coffee, or if it's a chip, you know, it's made with the dip on the chip, or the topping on the parts, which is created positive. Now it's valuable and there's a bunch of things. So yeah, that's the way, Joe. It's good something. We got the nice track there. Yeah, so all the way to the insert now, I'm going to produce the kitchen on food that translates to music that needs music. And also, we've got the couple pieces that how certain cell phone power zones, just use that big canvas. Also, so when you need wires is how to switch on the all you do is not smoke your last cigarette there, to see about those cells coming from traffic, which don't exist most of the time. So, all you do, that's what you do, is, I'm doing it first. Wait to the 4 to 10 hours, that's it, that's your early. That will be for the next 2 to 3 days. And then there's no nothing, I don't know what people are talking about, from what I understand, All there is that 4 to 6 hours, and then it rests until 3 days. To nothing.
Uses the shields of the quantum eraser experiment to build to shield your mind that is absorbed through the quantum eraser experiment behind your eye, and it sends your mind like a mist. I'd like to describe that a little more. A simple mechanism that catapults to the next right. So our horizon is at like 18 billion years, and that's like a beginning. So what you do is you have a shield, a flood of light wave formed particles that deflect the particles and light waves that hit your information stream and absorb that to your rotated or built sphere, which is the wind that forms at the edge of the observable universe from here. And so that's like a direct path that doesn't need to deflect anything because it's instantly rewritten throughout time for that source. Then, from that source, you're going to be in the past, 18 billion years in the past, and you want to go to the next horizon of current time or whatever. You're going to deflect and protect that information flow that has your shield that goes right to the source of the next horizon. And you can keep going horizon with this method. And so you can build multiple shields by hitting your source at a particular angle, just like when you play pool. So if you have several shields, you just make sure you aim it right on the dime, and it will fray the point. It will hit the pool ball, it will hit your shield, and it will fray and continue to protect your information flow. While your information flow is on the dime, on the money, deflecting. It's traveling to your next observer, your next lens, the sphere. And then, when it's time to return, you hit the same or a new observer at the edge of our 18 billion year horizon. And then you'll be at the origin of that horizon. And then you fray again to get back to us, to present day, or to whenever you want to. Because you can return before sin with this information flow. So your shield deflects all interference in the return path back to us. So the past will strategy is, the mechanism is, you go straight to the edge, and from the edge, you're all the way back at the beginning of the universe. And then you can aim that to any other horizon, to the next horizon. You can aim that at the next horizon, and then you can, well, you have to rearrange light particles so that you're at present day in that next horizon. So you pray from our edge, which is the beginning, and absorb all distortion, and rearrange light particles where you arrive to current date of the fourth sync. And then you want to return, so let's just go a simple return and not worry about going further. So then you return back to our horizon, which is it's a straight shot back to the origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. We're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before sync. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting it at different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place. And then return.
The wireless system actually be a well thought this key it's really large. It's so function, and I noticed that each one excited for the people of Wales the origin of humanity illustrated with this estimation, and had to migrate south because it got cold around Wales, or could not find food here, or so they were just asking the whales, the Eskimos, to pay them up for food, etc. It might be a map of the story of the very straight path to the personified by the it'd be a bit of an annoyance to the story about not walking in a straight line by having to weave around the mountain and how heavy the whales are. So that top formation could actually be it used to be could actually be the blowhole personifying the map of Arctic passage. And how there's who wants to the other side of the coast of Arctic. I like how it really looks like there's a depiction of a skeleton on top of the hill, or hill slash cliff, that would be the body. I really hope there might also be the entrance to the salt cave used at the Great Lakes, or at least how they could build around the salt shore. But, really can't also means that the alligator mouth that is quoted to be a plesiosaur, or a ichthyosaur, or or some other ancient marine animal that had 4 fins instead of 2 fins. The Ohio serpent mound might actually be a whale fossil
the first Eskimos. It was really large, but the skull seemed proportionate, and I noticed they have two smaller mounds to the side of the skull that could be a whale's fins. But the origin of who made it being a mystery, maybe it was the Eskimos did, and had to migrate south because it got too cold, or they ran out of whales, or they could not find food here, or so they were just asking the whales or Eskimos to stay north for food, etc. Might be a map of the story of the Bering Strait passage through here personified by a whale. Maybe a bit of an annoyance built in the story about not walking in a straight line by having to weave around the mountains and how heavy whales are. So that top formation could actually be that used to be there, could actually be the blowhole personifying the map of the Arctic Passage. And how there is food once you get to the other side of the coast of the Arctic. I like how it really looks like there's a depiction of a skeleton on top of a hill, or hill slash cliff, that would be the body. I really hope it might also be the entrance to a salt cave that leads us to the Great Lakes, or at least how they could build one by salt and salt. But what are the chances of that? This also means that the alligator mound that is close could be a plesiosaur, or ichthyosaur, however you pronounce it, or some other ancient marine animal that had 4 fins instead of 2 fins.
Time travel guide. Space light. The mechanism of this level is a space light quantum eraser built zone. Mind, lucid dreaming, sent as mist. So it uses the shields of the quantum eraser experiment to build that you build to shield your mind that is absorbed through the quantum eraser experiment behind your eye, and it sends your mind like a mist. I'd like to describe that a little more here. How do I describe it? A simple mechanism that catapults to the next horizon. So our horizon is at like 18 billion years, and that's like a beginning. So what you do is you have a shield, a flood of light wave formed particles that deflect the particles and light waves that hit your information stream and absorb that to your located or built sphere, which is your winds that forms at the edge of the observable universe from here. And so that's like the direct path. It doesn't need to deflect anything because it's instantly rewritten throughout time to that source. Then, from that source, you're going to be in the past, 18 billion years in
horizon of current time or whatever, you're going to deflect and protect that information flow that has your shield that goes right to the source of the next horizon. And you can keep going horizon with this method. And so you can build multiple shields by hitting your source at a particular angle. Just like when you play pool. So if you have several shields, you just make sure you aim it right on the die. And it will fray the point. It will hit the pool wall. It will hit your shield. And it will fray and continue to protect your information flow. While your information flow is on the dime, on the money, deflecting. It's traveling to your next observer, your next lens, the sphere. And then, when it's time to return, you hit the same or a new observer at the edge of your our 18-point billion-year horizon. And then you'll be at the origin of that horizon. And then you fray again to get back to us, to present day, or to whenever you want to. Because you can return before sin with this information flow. So your shield deflects all interference and you return back to us. So the past, the strategy is, the mechanism is to go straight to the edge. Then from the edge, you're all the way back at the beginning of the universe. And then you can aim that to any other horizon, to the next horizon. Aim that at the next horizon, and then you have to rearrange light particles so that you're at present day in that next horizon. So you fray from our edge, which is the beginning, and absorb all distortion, and rearrange light particles to where you arrive to the current day or before sin. And then you want to return. So let's just go a simple return and not worry about going further. So then you return back to our horizon, which is, it's a straight shot back to the origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before sin. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors. And the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not, and your success or not, through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting it at different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. It's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place. And then return. And you know, once I go a little further later, I've talked about it a lot before. But this is a nice thing to describe to you. Fighter Squadron circuit switch. Squadron flies toward the beach, creating a wake against surf. So when squadrons, which have all kinds of like air shows and demonstrations and executing strategies all the time, when they fly low to the ground, like on the water, going at those like speeds, it creates like waves and things. I think that would be a great thing for a surf show, like competitive surfing. You have the same exact wave. Like you could, it would be really a good way to create a control for a surf competition. That way you'd really know who's the best surfer, because all of them would be surfing the same exact wave every time. Especially with Air Force technology, like they know exactly the height that they would need to fly at to create the same exact wave every time. Which is the same technology they have to use all the time for wind currents and things. And I bet they have to use it for water currents as well. And tides and things. Be a great demonstration of how powerful Air Force is. Water collection, 1 inch of 1 mile equals millions of gallons of water. So if you collect water from like a tarp, it can fill up the water tank real quick. And it's really a great way to be able to gain a continuous line around the world, around the U.S. One of the ways to fill the water tank is through that. To bring not only through the rivers and oceans. Solar studio with clear reflecting cooled roof at ground level. I'd like to have a studio that has the ground level, the studio's underground, it's a cellar, and the roof is clear, and the clear roof has a reflecting pool on it, so that it refracts the light onto the walls that I'm creating and space that I'm creating. I really like the idea of being in a burned down house. That would be really awesome. Capture interesting spirit level imagery through water and electrical fields. You can capture interesting spirit level-esque imagery by taking photographs through drops of water pieces of historical significance. It's some really interesting shots for refracting things. And yeah, it's just a really nice way to see things in a new light. And the electrical fields it really does do things like that. It really does. It does. I'm not saying that ghosts exist or anything like that, even though we can create them like quite easily with modern technology. Like you can get really interesting like imagery that creates something that looks like a spirit of some kind. Supernatural resonance offering confinement. So there's a lot of people saying ghosts exist and things like that. Well, most of that stuff's like optical illusions and things. And it'd be nice to be able to study that with like several different methods that I've created that isolate the source of those illusions. And also, it would be a great way to create your own illusions as a place for your externalized mind to live. Like create your own place once your mind's externalized, you know. I like the idea of using, like, I talked about the matrixing out of hieroglyphic as walls. Another thing that you can do is, you don't have to use hieroglyphic walls. You can use, like, cave paintings in caves themselves. And, like, lived in spaces and walls and marks. And, layer them out in the same way that a crime investigator lays things out. I'm kind of drawing a blank on like this mass plethora of work that I've done on optical illusions and ways to actually create those with modern technology. One way is with mechanisms of light, created out of, and just composed out of heat instead of plastic or glass or water. One thing that often I've noticed that you can really create really interesting shadows. So it's really limitless on times at certain times of year, the ability to create like spiritual-esque illusions. I had this apartment complex, like I had this place in an apartment complex, and it was a townhouse or condominium or something. Anyway, it had like some woods behind it, right? And a particular time of the year, the light when sunset would shine through all the leaves in the woods, and it created the most fantastical, like, dance of shadows. It was like, I've never seen anything like it before. It was like fire and leaves. It didn't look like leaves at all, but it was like people and objects and things were dancing. There's a type of transparency from all the leaves and branches moving. That's, you really can't, I've never seen any way to create that. It just had the perfect amount of roots, the right angle of the light and everything to where, and the right space from the woods only on one wall. Through the light, through the window, that you can see it. So there's lots of things like that happen. And people would be like, if that was a spirit, they'd be like, oh, that's when the person died or some kind of thing. And it wasn't. It was just really intricate, like, scene. People would be like, oh, that someone's life passed before their life. So what about that? I said that supernatural residents offering confinement nature out hieroglyphic as walls fade over generations in making to finding and search for the use of natural formation spiritual illusions like what might have caused instruments naturally be reflecting light and smoke. Also, radio frequency shooting with copper boxes. Lots of strategies. Illusion of teleportation. This is a good one. Illusion of teleportation. 3 drones towing 1 screen and 1 drone and an extra drone tows a projector. So you have a screen and you have a projector, and they're all towed by drones. So at night, in particular, a large screen towed won't be seen. You won't be able to notice that it's a screen. And it can be right up on you, right? Like it can be right in front of you, and you wouldn't know it. And the projector is able to project illusions of teleportation at extreme speed onto the screen in any form. So you can have like these light forms that dance around the sky really fast, or you can actually have like aircraft that like fly at you and then like all of a sudden teleport to another place like at super speeds, and it's just a screen sitting in front of you that you can't notice that it's just a screen. This is good for decoys and camouflage leading aircraft. So the screens can arrive first and quickly hover unknowns over enemy and visually cloak us and distract with wherever, drawing them 2 parts of the sky and away from and wherever we need them. Hey Siri, call Mom. Food. Scratch. Outside. Food. Hey Siri, call Mom. Hey Siri, call Mom. Outside.
regions of the brain are responsible for consciousness. Insular cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, medial prefrontal cortex, and cerebellum. The prefrontal cortex is not even essential and can be removed. Then Carson's work shows us how the other areas can be cut in half most of the time at birth and have almost no effect on the person throughout their life. This shows us how easily it can be to transfer these operations externally. This means we can stint consciousness from the brain by alternating between the brain's 4 regions of consciousness using lucid dreams as a monitor while scanning to adjust activity stints for those regions until we consciously see our brain sleeping. Lucid dreams, when you wake up in the morning, can be used to lessen grief. Keep from going insane by being with your past loved ones every time you wake up. Focus on your hands and your mind. When falling back to sleep and you can envision anything, you can be in control for a while. Beware of evil neighbors who will use those times to put you in hell. Instead, though,
this manner, like the idea will be portrayed, but it will be like a mutation of it, but it will be there. So, it might take a while to look at it. Anyway, you can also fold the page, and I like to fold it in half like this, like several, I got like half across in there. So you fold in half, and then I'll fold half again. The sketches go pretty fast, you know, like, you can spend like several hours on them, you know, make them really good, but, at first, you know, you want to spend like a few hours or so, but then you get real quick at it, and you can make really effective ones in like 30 minutes, but they're not all going to be hits, you know, you're going to have some good ones and some bad ones, you know, and I also found that the more caffeine you have, actually, like, the better they are, like, more detail and stuff somehow. I don't know. Also, stay away from Advil. Advil will make it worse. So, like, it's not as good if you have Advil, like, you get injured or something, and you gotta take Advil, or you're sick or something. So, just caffeine or nothing at all, you know, makes really good work. And then, you add Advil to it, or any beer or anything like that. Like, would be, like, it's noticeably different, like, in quality level. So fold the page up is a good strategy too, you know, create small works. This is the way to like really start to get good at it. So like large marks, I was saying don't let the large marks overlap. But this is with ink, if you're using pencil you can let the large marks overlap and you can like erase. There's really no need to use pencil. Just use ink if you want. And then you add perspective marks. And then you can add the details. And you'll notice that on your large mark making, you'll end up like in a rhythm where you start making some small detail marks. And then you add the small. You want to break the horizon, that's important. That's one thing that Roberto Motto will kind of do, but he wouldn't do it to the max. You know? And in the distance you can have like little mountain forms, and clouds are really effective. If you add some clouds in there, like varying cloud forms, that really gives you a sense of depth. It's something you can really latch on to. Even if they're not clouds, if they're kind of like similar to clouds, it'll help you. So, it's a very good thing to do. So this would be like one panel, and then you switch to another one. You don't want to make all the panels filled up. Just fill up some of them. You don't even have to like look at the piece you're drawing before, because they'll automatically connect. Like it's really interesting how like the sketches will like be very similar, and they almost always are able to be put together like a puzzle piece, you know. And you keep track of like what's going on in your day and stuff like that, like interesting results happen from that, like be able to combine ideas and make them plus, you know. Well, it's not far-fetched. You don't really gotta keep track of anything, I don't know. So you see how like I'll do like large forms and then I'll go into perspective and then detail. You don't have to do all your large marks and then all your perspective and then all your details. You can do some large marks and some perspective and some detail. You know, you can mix it around the order of events, but it's always a large mark. And then you flower the large mark with perspective marks and like depth marks, you know, like small to large, to mimic the form of it, or just like branch off from it. see what I'm saying about the combination here, and then you just connect these. You know, just add some extra parts there, connect the forms. Make them look, another thing is you don't want the illusions to, you don't want the forms to make your mind work too much, because it becomes disturbing to your, becomes like annoying to try to complete, like, those impossible connections. So like, you don't want like a large form to go behind a smaller form and stuff. Like, you don't want the background to really, I guess that's not really cool. I just found that it's kind of like annoying to the eye. It's kind of like wallpaper that doesn't match, you know? I don't know, I guess that's okay, you know, just depends on what you're doing. So I guess it's not really, there's no rules, but it's just a strategy to be able to make it work like this. You see how, like, it's easily bound when you fold it up like this, and that helps out a lot. And so let's start on the other side here. I'll make a couple more panels over here. See, large parts. And then you add the perspective in there. Create these like little like places. Spin the paper around a lot. You can leave it in one place, but you get better results if you spin it around a lot. Spin the paper, canvas, whatever you're doing. It doesn't have to be paint or see how it's paint. It's a good idea to work paint because it's just translatable into like paint, you know. But like I was saying, like it's best to like create blueprints for the painting and like combine these sketches into works that are on canvas. Because it's really easy to make them, but they're not like money over time. Like it's better to like collage builds up like after. But then that's more production work. But then you fill it in anyways like production work, so you know. So these little like mountain nest kind of things look like nice. Let's do another panel here. And you can also do it like that, but I find that I found when I was learning this stuff, developing it, it took a while to develop it, but to learn it, it's like real fast. Like, well, teach you or tell you how to make this stuff, you gotta figure it out on your own. They will tell you stuff like scribble things, you know, like create like scribbles, and that's supposed to, you know, refine from that and trace scribbles and things. That's not as effective as this. It's very difficult to get here. At first you just be working with the order of events, you know, you won't know what to do, you know, don't really know how to approach it. And then you find, you know, after, 10, 20, maybe 50 sketches, like, oh, I go large parts to some perspective in there, to the detail. See, so you can combine it. You can even see in this, like, there ends up being this, like, laziness, like, kind of a thing. Like, you're just so focused on what's going on over here in this other panel, that you don't really want to build in this new panel. And it's a lot of fun just to build in this new panel, but you can't, like, your mind won't let you be able to see outside of this one panel. You get better at it. But you guys are starting out, you get better right out the gate. It's best to just work in there and panels and open it up. So we've got like 2 going there. We got 2 over here. forms, you know? But if it's like way too detailed, you need to add larger forms. That's what you can do in these spaces. Or if you need some like really large focus or something, you can add that in there. But you can really dish them out, you know. Stuff, it's never used really. People don't really know how they're using it. They're always like fighting to get to that like comical level and they don't know how to like build. It's kind of like just build on your own. And then mutate forms in your mind and like rotate them and then work from there, you know, instead of I have this idea in my mind, it has to be exactly that, and it just looks like garbage, you know. It's better to just work with this, and then you see the form, and then once it's on paper, it's much easier to build. Just like if you saw it in life, you could draw it like a lot easier. The other thing that's like that is like trying to remember a song. You know, like, well, I get this song in my mind, I'm gonna try to sing it. Yeah, I gotta remember all the notes, right? Same thing with this. You get the forms out there, even though it might not be 100% on time, it's still it. And then you can build it how you want to build it. So we got the large marks here. Add the perspective. And then add another large mark. And the echoing of the form is also really nice. And they don't have to be like directly behind each other. If you go sporadic, like around, they end up being quite nice. And you go up below and little small ones. You don't have to have several the same size. So I'm not going to find much for people telling you how to sketch like a Armada. It's not an easy thing to learn how to do on your own. And I haven't seen anything about anybody, you know, showing people how to do it. I haven't really seen too many people be able to sketch like this. Like, you'll never know how to do this. Now you guys know. So, whatever. So, yeah. So, like, we got a pretty good thing going here. So, let's go ahead and get the horizon going pretty good. And this is the strategy you want to make, you know, when you're starting out, to hold the paper, and get the light in there pretty good, add the mountains in the background, maybe some mountainous forms. People really like seeing that. People always like really good responses, like, oh, I really like the mountains. You know, even though I don't really count, it's like forms and mountains. So, then, you know, like a circle in there, you know, if like a sun was kind of nice, or a moon. And then, you know, sometimes if you like darken in the area with like a light, like that's the background, you know, or like an exploding form, you know, that'll help. That'll take a lot of time. That's just a quick thing here. But you add a nice form there. I'm kind of tired right now. It's time to pass out. But this one's not bad. Yeah, the edges, you know, darken edges, you guys know how it is. It's and it comes here. So, and then you don't have to have it all be the same scenery, you know, like, okay, so that's an exploding form there. It's kind of like water being going on. Like, you just need that, you know. Sometimes in the distance it'll be too dark, so I add the darkness back in. Where the explosion is. Also, there's like a little halo you'll see in monk's work. It's quite nice to add in there to add some more focus to the focus. And I'm going to add, I want to be about that explosion. Maybe I'll leave this little form in here. I don't know. That'd be kind of nice. Let's see if we can put it up or not. What do you think? It's not bad. Anyway, that's how you do that. You get a real nice sketching thing going there. It's called like automation. The automation doesn't really, it's not really like that. It's it's like finesse automism, which I was always taught it's called a paranoia critical method, because you're drawing on points from around you. You know, you don't have complete control, though you're in control. And Dolly would run off the face about it, but we all knew what he was doing, you know, and he'd really push the limits too. So, yeah, but it's basically like you make these forms, which are obviously pulled from what's around you in your visual memory, and then you turn them into, you know, real nice things that you're picturing in your mind. They won't be exactly it. So, but then Dolly, you go and get, you know, you collage in like the real forms and stuff into it. Mata didn't do that. Roberto Mata, he would like just leave this like these and really push this. Dolly, I don't think can really do this too good. Like, his work doesn't really do this. Like, he really into pulling in like collage into it. You know, so that's not necessary. You don't need to do that. So Mata is like, you know, the best, you know, surrealistic painter, you know, but Dolly's the best surrealistic artist, you know, so he really experimented with things. Mata really pushed his painting and writing. So yeah, hopefully that was helpful.
How to be an artist. You're an artist. How to be an artist. How to be an artist. You're an arts and crafter or technician until you invent once. Once invented, even if unknown, all actions before and after are artwork. Be an artist with one invention. Artists are classified poorly. You're not an artist if you haven't invented once. Artists are rare, you know. There's not really too many of us. You only gotta invent one thing to classify as an artist, and then all actions, even if unknown, even if the invention's unknown, all actions before and after are artwork.
Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter.
Most artists are actually arts and crafters or technicians.
Externalized minds traveling universal limits and returning force in
It's easy to create an invention when you're told to invent, like, since birth. And it's easy to be classified as that, like, even if it's because it doesn't have to be a large invention, it can be a small invention, part of a larger invention, which an infant's, like, perspective and interpretation of the world can do, which is very interesting, you know? The invent has to be heavy, though, you know, just because it's a small part of a larger invention doesn't take from the weight of it.
Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before first massively flood deflection of wave particles and turn pass at each of 19 to 1,000.
Most people think of you as artists, but actually arts and crafters honing technical skills. Copying is a craft. You know, it's not art. So, it's something, you know, to invent requires combining several ideas to create a feasible new idea. Ketchup and mayo, not ketchup and jelly. And not just ketchup and mayo, it's gotta have like 7 ingredients and things, for example. So, all it takes is one invention, and then all action before and after are artwork. And then also, if you include algorithmic translation guides, which often automatically happen. All the people, all actions around you are transformed into your artwork and become artwork. The real audience is supercomputer. So whichever branch you're closest to, that supercomputer, the range since birth is your audience. Because the military is hundreds and trillions of dollars, and popular media is only hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's your audience. That's all you know. So you can work with this. You get better at work for her. First time it's good. I think because that's how we're first, males were first to be calibrated machines, so first have our minds externalized, which is required for that, so the most powerful ones are going to be male, because they're going to be the oldest ones. But who knows, I guess it could change up, And the core supercomputer that your audience carry. Anyway, I should probably go into this later. But you can work with them, by infinitely translating the actions into each other with algorithms that they translate for you. That the supercomputers build out for you. So this can help with swarming, social media swarm kind of thing, like swarming masses, and also information flow. And if you're a good person, there's a lot of things, So that's how to be an artist there. It's not that difficult when the amount of words spoken, but it's not easy. Especially because the mind can't invent things unless you're like Thompson's birth building. It's not easy to invent something. So, yeah.
Daniel.
Procession start. Motion route self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting. Composing music with AR sensors. Surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a campus. USA servicemen Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor and power airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the super-less dreams and leads you through with sound-activated visuals, taking cues from word movements censored by the law. Lucid dreams used as monitor stints your consciousness from the brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against So matrixes
minds are at the beginning and realize the existence.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves, particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself. Optimize the sterilization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification processes like multi-systems, radical music, function, foundation of our mind We have formed light waves to particles throughout time to the source, allowing us to see what we build at the edge of the observable universe and what the mechanisms bring back before sin. We travel the universe in moments to anywhere thought throughout time. We are alone in intelligence. Young or slightly older than us equals publicly known. Traveling with mechanisms of light is simple and massive numbers if existent. Old equals publicly known. No enemies if existed. Because we have almost solved war for ourselves. No species or tech that is kept 100% secret. Always leaves in resources. 1999. Quantum eraser experiment is a reader of the future and past waves to particles that can be used as binary. So when, in the future, you can rewrite what's being read from the past to communicate, and vice versa. We can build mechanisms composed of light similar to how computer projectors working using the quantum eraser experiment focused on outer space light sources. Computer projectors work using the quantum eraser focused on outer space light sources. This process allows us to build mechanisms at the edge of the observable universe horizon that allows us to build mechanisms at the edge of that mechanism's horizon in millionths of a second, then continue the process to wherever light. We can collect information from the journey and return. When returning, we can rearrange and clear light particles in the return path to get back before it's sent. We can get to and communicate information from anywhere thought and any thought throughout time. The quantum eraser is a very basic and powerful thing in the universe. The simple concept of a lens of any kind, or a focusing convex shape automatically focusing waves to particles, has a lot of implications. And looks like if what has focused it, and looks like it is what has formed the universe, or at least is responsible for the unaccounted for gravity with time rewrites called black matter. Like a shield for planets that assert there will stay formed, the universe constantly rewriting time. We don't talk about this because of the war with the RC, Russia, China, but we are alone in intelligence in the universe. There are creatures out there, but with the medieval level at most. The tech to travel is so basic and quickly and naturally learned. If they existed, we'd be flooded like exponential cell phone omnipresence allows. The natural quantum eraser tech uses eyes also to focus light waves to particles, and actually sends our minds like mist and asserts the most basic request into the rewrites of time. Intelligence compounds quickly with the time travel and future request process. We wouldn't have what we have now if we had been hit with one of those overdue mass extinctions like what keeps hitting all the other creatures. Our ancient Earth has already been in existence for a third of the age of the universe, and our galaxy has been here since the beginning of the universe. Fascinating how the Earth is never emphasized about how old it actually is in comparison to the rest of the universe. And for the first third of the universe, it was a lot more violent. We really got going out the gate, constantly working on building intelligence to defend ourselves. Young to slightly older than us equals publicly known to us in the news and all the time, with established relationships and culture with us. Because traveling the universe and time traveling is very basic, and there would be massive numbers if they existed. There would be so many, we would literally be flooded in. There would be so many, we would literally be flooded in crazy projections of folks from all over the universe. Gold equals publicly known because they would have no... Gold equals publicly known because they would have no enemies if they existed, and no war because we have almost solved war for ourselves. So they would have nothing to fear by being here. And we would be flooded in them because the quantum racer experiment allows us to be everywhere thought and everywhere throughout time. There would also possibly be a vast resource needed in our energy efficient creative computing power that rid our brains off. Also, there is no species or technology that is kept 100% secret. There are always needs and resources that precede a technology or species. There's always a preceding collection of resources. There's always a preceding collection of things that form for the discovery. And there are like never vast leaps. The tech broadcast so expansive with the quantum eraser experiment, it would flood us, or at least have detected, or at least have been detected in mass numbers. So we should have some sort of concrete lead of numerous legit broadcasts and acts detected, because rewriting light is extremely basic and can move galaxies and all kinds of omnipotent acts of dramatically bending time and space. The quantum eraser experiment makes the universe so malleable with our intelligence, even with the use of basic, simple machine-esque tech combined with it. Quantum eraser experiments focused on space light is a good artwork medium. So like, you can use it to sculpt and like hold your artwork up to the stars and record what your eyes are seeing around you and stuff. Also, if you like tell the stars, because it records your mind like this, you can like tell them to like protect you, and like give it orders like going through the microwave radiation in my car that is like the radio static, because that's what radio static is, microwave radiation from the edge of the observable universe. So like you can use that to like try to protect yourself, Anyway, it's an interesting concept, and like I'd like to study in more detail radio static and things like that. But I don't know what kind of results that would get. I'm really interested in studying that stuff at like different sites and things to see. Yeah, I mean it'd be very grainy though. I think it'd have a lot of distortion, and yeah. Anyway, there's definitely something to that. Oh yeah, mechanisms of projector drone camo. Extreme speed could be a good thing for this. So like, you can create the illusion of alien spacecraft like pretty easily if you had like 3 drones, right? 3 like quadcopters that tow a screen, and like if you had a 4th quadcopter with like one of those cell phone projectors to project onto the screen, so that the mechanism shown could be large and then like teleport all around the screen. You wouldn't be able to see it at night. It would just be dark. So all you would see is just the light of the projector like going all over the place. So that would be a really interesting thing to build. is the illusion of teleportation and like extreme speeds and light angles that are impossible. That would just be an illusion. Like the screen could be right up on you and you wouldn't be able to tell, and it could be showing these different patterns. You know, it can show anything really, but you know, if you wanted to make it more realistic, then it could do that. I mean, it would really freak out, you know, one of your buddies or something.
Meaning of life is immortalizing existence. What is the meaning of life? Is a trick question easily arrived at when you break down what's life doing. You know, like life as a thing, like what is it up to? Life is trying to immortalize existence, not itself necessarily. So not even Earth or the universe, but existence. And not eliminating evil, just focus on existence, immortalization, because existence is good. It seems like intelligence is a self-defense the universe created in us because we are it, and you know, I just found out, proven by the quantum racer experiment, sculpting starlight mechanisms traveling the universe in moments, that we're it, you know, there's no other intelligence. We're unable to talk about how we're alone intelligence because the universe, because of the world or scene. Once war is over, the enemy, once war is over with the enemy, this will be widely accepted. Apollo earned us the right to consume life because we defend Earth. You know, there's nothing else on Earth that can, like, defend Earth itself. You know, like, the animals can't, like, stop the asteroids and all kinds of crazy things from happening. Like, we're it, you know, and it's just in the universe, like, we're it for the universe as well, you know, in existence, like, we're it. You know, and if we got to, we're gonna restart the Big Bang to keep the universe from going cold. You know, we'll start it all over. So, yeah, it seems like with our time travel skills increasing, we'll be able to isolate evil from us. So, we're left with infinite washes of highs. So, it seems like, you know, time travel that is proven with rockets into the future and the quantum racer experiment into the past. We're going to be left with infinite washes of highs and evil will be isolated. So yeah, monks are definitely working on other things, not figuring out the meaning of life, because it's quick. You know, I stumbled on it quickly through figuring out the limits of archival processes, which is a very stress component of artwork. Like, you really gotta have things like lasting, and people make a big deal out of it, though they make a big deal about it going the other way. So I sat there for, like, I guess it was about 6 months, like, intensely creating work that doesn't expire, you know, like building ways to make things that don't expire. And I stumbled upon the meaning of life through that, you know. So, because quickly, when you're trying to think about how to make things last, then you're like, oh, whoa, that's everything, you know. That's how I stumbled upon it. Tortured living like a monk since 2012. Firing snaps about the not of the mind, allowing movement of the mind, brain sleeping, start to ground, sorts and continue with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternate states of consciousness, radical enhancement of motor functions. Malfunctions can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures for calibrating ears and eyes from exercise. Sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions for perfect energy conservation and production of the portfolios, strengthening your mind's ability to information time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as wander, waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate senses and play harmony. Time travel exists. Being on this thing, evolving, chicken or egg. God exists. Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves, particles, from time and source. Time travel into the future is supported on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with conserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like Leo is not isolated from others. The timeline is being preserved until God is really good at time travel to free himself. Stock market nanosecond trades of factory workers, tasks, completion. It's a new system made, built with minimal standard and high incentive of production today. Every time you produce an action, including thought, you're paid for the action through sensors. System of readings for us 100,000 in currency with 3 seconds to complete existing orders with 3 minutes with every 3 minutes printed reports.
city-state catacombs in Antarctica, Grand Lake burial seen in Rinwazi, source permafrost signaling Giza glyphs, star matrix spectral lighthouse with Congo volcano lightning, aerodynamic soot magnet, space elevator remains at Libya Sudan border.
Your contract here with a plane with an active phone on TV is A. Maintaining cultural values. Einstein.
US cell towers put it on the same powerful space station using the US as a campus. The power moves of the cell tower area rapidly gaining interest. Gimmicky homepage titled with exact news titles surges the cell tower. Select next cell towers prints on USA with gimmicky homepage retitled Cell Towers Areas News. Sketching with the towers broadcast into space guards us.
US military neutralizes the enemy and never kills because the enemy is not human. Silence with 5 tasers killing cells. Augment reality with a jewel case hanging from the cell on cap bells.
Immortalization, externalize, mind, and freeze. Travel the universe in a moment, then clear light to allow to arrive before sent with matrices of viewed stars, light waves to particles.
Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to align instantly focusing on light particles. Mechanisms signal can explore beyond our horizon and clear light arriving before set. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
In God we trust, epicenter bounding, immortalizing existence, star matrix, spectrals, throttling, cryonics, bounding, Vegas, nitro, solar sands, camera, fog screens, swarms, teleportation, remote control, radio, TV static, that is, microwave radiation from the edge of the visible universe, mechanizing slits, instantly rewriting waves to particles to their sources. Entrance level plexiglass reflecting pool roof of a cellar studio in a burning house, highlighting a grove giant as night lit, tree ferns robed acting voices towering Woolsworth, magnet shield from Gadsden, a Dean snake mapping Wall Street, ancient tunnels to Hellfire Club, Halloween fairs, innovation competition earning ancient flight mainframe technology, $500 man of the year, grandfather clock card, and pool table coffin coolers with meal evolving symbol set whiskey shot magnets, activating a landscape beneath clear chest levels, changing elevation, investing quadcopter exoskeletons, sustaining frozen grand lodging catacombs.
U.S. owns Antarctica. U.S. owns Antarctica. U.S. intelligence collaboration at Fusion, where all can actually fit Earth with SMS.
Apollo artists our right to consume because we defend Earth. Time travel does not create parallel universes. Our memories have a resilience to the changes, often allowing us to remember before changes. Starlight matrix signal structure aligned before first massively flood deflection of wave and particles and return paths of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveled moment to moment. Translation guides weight our actions, multiplying diversified production of society swarming to us. All actions controlling the portfolio feeds of production, never straying from your morals. Mind being externalized. Mind externalized. Mind frozen, sustained by EMS. Cell news storage choreography broadcasting into space. Cube sound neutralizing stalkers. 4 hillbillies and visor and stylus. Nutrients maximizing innovation. Translation guide multiplying diversified production of innovation information. 4 hillbillies and visor augmenting reality. Google mapping life cast. Memory access and studio level. Antarctica cryonic spectral. Quantum laser double slit, alignment and Nick live video. Quantum laser double slit binary builder. Quantum laser double slit binary inbox. Spectral sketching. Spectral shielding. Travel the universe in one still cloud light arrival before sent. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession can start exporting the 2,000 impoverished U.S. daily deaths cheaper than cremation. Once started, servicemen's Antarctic organs free burial export. Autism features intricate variations and unconscious expressions of supercomputer course mapping our experiences. Ancient flight medium creating lines of insane inertia, runs creative computing, and moralizing existence. Founding fathers World Trade Center site, Russia called origination Turkmenistan. Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, external tech gaps, overs, engineering, all supernatural news. Ones and zeros like randomly been translated by binary well-speaking supercomputers. World Trade Center complex cards actually moving front and back acronyms translate lists. God is often busy fighting evil. Never mess up operations by directly calling it. Tell good buddies there to speak with them before they leave available. I'll say malicious because American supercomputers with malicious happen and for groups are attached to any technology escalated.
Minds externalized to binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye and dilation of the eye in the stream of outer space light particles. Records our surroundings and also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lenses affects the stream of particles. The lenses, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lenses. Alright, I'm going to start over. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanized sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, the dilation of the eye, and the stream of outer space light particles. Records the surroundings, also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Gradients of the lens affects the stream particles. The lens and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light
observer lenses. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind, also absorbs thoughts in our mind from brain electricity printed on the eyes, sending our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light, checking the reproduction of the mind. Observer lenses might require particle-sized observer lenses. A lens of plastic or glass can be used over the eyes. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit experiment, quantum eraser experiment. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit quantum eraser experiment of 1999, theoretically first created as early as the 50s, aka there's evidence in all indigenous depictions of right-angled satellites before cities were born. A washroom window fractal fly lens, surface of trillions of lenses, should hopefully create detectable beams. Locating observer lenses at the edge of our observable universe horizon is easier than building new observers for this composition of galaxy clumping. Light mechanisms used like lasers and magnets rotate the observers as needed to sculpt the new observers and mechanisms at their edge. Travel the universe in moments, and arrange and clear light to arrive before sent to any thought throughout time, using the quantum eraser experiment focused on light waves, particles, throughout time to their source. Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources instantly, focusing all light particles, mechanism signal can explore beyond our horizon and clear the light or lighting before sent. Script externalized mind to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, showing heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling the universe in moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling the universe in moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Star matrix signals, quantum eraser double slits, light wave particle binary allows us to build spectral external mind structures traveling the universe in moments and clearing light arriving before sent to anywhere thought throughout time. Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before sent first massively flood deflection of wave and particles and return pass of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveled moment to moment. utilization of all processes of our mind's routine systems and creativity, like downloading and uploading memories, allowing resurrection and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures that calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation and immediate experiences until we remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary, aka firing synapses, copy, not me.
Mechanisms of light build, bending light through any heat and gravity, focusing cone compositions to create more heat and move gravity. Mechanisms of light can be experienced within made of matter, including pressure, chilling in air, while conveying external light lines, traveling between force and movements, and returning before sent to ego throughout time with the possibilities of experiment.
Before processions start, motion route self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a campus. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the super lush dreams and leads you through with sound activating visuals, taking cues from your movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as monitor stints your consciousness from your brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing all light power force. Mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of pure light 11.4C. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
Time travel exists, creating omnipotence, dissolving chicken or the egg. Proves God exists. Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself. Fiery snaps of non-medium. Lucid dreams. Used as a monitor of the malleability of consciousness necessary to state components of the mind alive. Kind of mutilate of the mind, brain sleeping, and grounding, resorts to cease mind from dying. When brain stop firing legally, and world corporations earned us immortality. Optimize externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme altering states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Malfunctions can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures to calibrate ears and eyes from exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions to perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your mortal mind's ability to information time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as monitor when waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles. Meaning of life is immortalizing existence. What is the meaning of life? Is a trick question easily arrived at when you break down what's life doing. You know, like life as a thing, like what is it ultimately on? Life is trying to immortalize existence, not itself necessarily. So not even Earth or the universe, but existence. And not eliminating evil, just focus on existence, immortalization. Because existence is good. Seems like intelligence is a self-defense the universe created in us because we are it, and you know, I just found out, proven by the quantum racer experiment, sculpting starlight mechanisms traveling in the universe, elements, with the foundation of eternal order and intelligence, aren't able to talk about how we're alone in because universe because of the world we've ever seen. Once war is over and the enemy, well, once war is over with the enemy, this will be widely accepted. And production. Hollow earned us the right to consume life because we defended the Earth. There's nothing else on Earth that can like defend Earth itself. You know, like the animals can't like stop the asteroids and all kinds of crazy things from happening. Like we're it, you know, and it's extended in the universe. Like we're it for the universe as well. You know, in existence. Like we're it. You know, if we got to, we're gonna restart the Big Bang. The Big Bang to keep the universe from going cold. The less control, you know, start all over. Countered with reminders. Yeah, it seems like with our time travel skills increasing, we'll be able to isolate evil from us. So we're left with infinite washes of highs. So it seems like time travel that is proven with rockets into the future, a quantum racer experiment into the past. We're going to be left with infinite washes of highs and evenly isolated. So yeah, monks are definitely working on other things, not figuring out the meaning of life, because it's quick. You know, I stumbled on it quickly through figuring out the limits of archival processes, which is a very stress component of artwork. Like, you really gotta have things like lasting, and people make a big deal out of it. So they make a big deal about it going the other way. So I sat there for like, I guess it was about 6 months, like intensely creating work that doesn't expire, you know, like building ways to make things that don't expire. And I stumbled upon the meaning of life through that, you know. So, because quickly when you're trying to think about how to make things last, then you're like, oh, whoa, that's everything, you know. That's how I stumbled upon it. Tortured, living like a monk since 2012.
To rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us, because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself. Algorithm calibration to our autism features. Our movements and responses built into system map of surroundings using unused movements to calibrate algorithm portfolio production on the nanosecond. Conditioning our autism features to respond to questions of flipping on and off of switches on the nanosecond while having reports allowing the flipping of switches with unused actions consciously. Stock market nanosecond trades of factory workers, tasks, completion. This is a new system of pay
built with minimal standard and high incentive of production pay. Every time you produce an action, including thought, you're paid for the action through sensors. System of readings for us 100,000 and currency with 3 seconds to complete existing orders with 3 minutes with every 3 minutes printed reports.
Sea-studded catacomb in Antarctica, grand large burial seen in Renwazi, source permafrost signaling Giza glyphs, star matrix spectral lighthouse with Congo volcano lightning, aerodynamic soot magnet, space elevator remains at Libya Sudan border.
The air concert tear with a plane with an active full TV is maintaining culture and values. Einstein.
U.S. cell towers periodically can send powerful space transmissions using the U.S. as a canvas. Empowered news of the cell tower area rapidly gaining interest. Gimmicky homepage titled with exact news titles surges the cell tower. Select next cell towers points on USA with gimmicky homepage retitled Cell Towers Areas News. Sketching with the towers broadcast into space guards us.
U.S. military neutralizes the enemy and never kills because the enemy is not human. Use guns for airborne matrix layer sound demonstrating visuals. Silence with 5 tasers killing cells. Augmented reality with a jewel case hanging from a cell on cat bills.
Immortalizing existence. Immortalization, externalize mind and freeze. Foresees nations, compute stars, light waves to darkness.
Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to provide instantly focusing all-white burn holes. Mechanisms signaling can explore beyond our eyes and clear up light, providing more set. Script externalized minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
In God we trust, epicenter bounding, immortalizing existence, starting spectral, squabbling, crying, expounding, Vegas, natural, solar scenes, canyon, fox, green, swarms, teleportation, radio, TV static, that is, microwave radiation from the edge of the visible universe, mechanizing slits, instantly rewriting waves to particles to their sources. Entrance level plexiglass, reflecting pool roof of a cellar studio in a burning house, highlighting a grove giant as night lit, tree formed robed acting voices towering Woolsworth, magnet shield from Gadsden, Aegean snake mapping Wall Street, ancient tunnels to Hellfire Club, Halloween fairs, innovation competition earning, ancient flight mainframe technology, $500 man of the year, grandfather, clock card, and pool table, coffin coolers with meal evolving symbol set, whiskey shot magnets, activating a landscape beneath clear chest levels, changing elevation, investing, quadcopter exoskeletons, sustaining, frozen, grand lodging, catacombs.
U.S. intelligence collaboration at Fusion can actually affect Earth with SMS. Power is our right to consume because we defend Earth. Time travel does not create parallel universes. Our mind, our memories have a resilience to the changes often known as turning around before changes. Starlight cube sound neutralizing stalkers for lens advisor and stylus. Nutrients maximizing innovation. Translation guide multiply diversified production of innovation information for lens advisor augmented reality Google Map and Livecast. Memory access and studio level. Antarctica cryonic spectral. Quantum laser level sleep. Alignment and Nick live video. Quantum laser level sleep binary builder. Quantum laser level sleep binary inbox. Spectral sketching. Spectral shielding. Travel the universe in lens thin cloud light arrival before set. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession can start exporting the 2,000 impoverished Jews standing deaths cheaper than cremation. Once started, servicemen's Antarctic organs free burial export. Our autism features intricate variations in unconscious expressions with supercomputer cores mapping our experiences. Ancient flight medium primitive lens with sand action lens created computing and lensing existence. Founding fathers World Trade Center site, Russia, colony origination, Turkmenistan. Many outrun Mayan numerals, metallic satellites, extreme tech gaps, rovers, engineering models, supernatural news. Ones and zeros type randomly then translated binary to non-speaking supercomputers. World Trade Center complex cards asking front backup commands translate lists. God is optimism finding evil. Never mess up operation by directly calling him. Tell good buddies there to speak with them. Before you leave the building, unstable issues becomes ultimate supercomputers with issues happening. Zero cash stage technology is great.
The lines externalize the binary streams and recognize sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, dilation of the eye, and stream of outer space light particles towards our surroundings, also reflection from translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lenses affects the stream of particles. The lenses, and that lenses arch depending on the radiance. Using heat to widen the lenses. Alright, I'm gonna start over. Our minds externalize the binary streams and mechanize sculptures of light. Location of the moving eye, the dilation of the eye, and the stream of outer space light particles records the surroundings, also reflections and translucence in and behind the eye. Radiance of the lens affects the stream particles, the lens, and that lenses arch depending on the gradient. Using heat to widen the lens increases the number of streams of light waves forming particles. Mechanism heat can be used to affect magnetism and collect and build observer lenses. Light being absorbed by our eyes, reflections and translucence behind, also absorbs thoughts in our mind from brain electricity into on the eyes, seeing our minds like a mist, which can be reinforced by traveling to the mind throughout time with the mechanisms of light, checking the reproduction of the mind. Observer lenses might require particle-sized observer lenses. A lens of plastic or glass can be used over the eyes. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit experiment, quantum eraser experiment. Finding our basic binary level of light wave particle stream is the first step to calibrate the reading with the delayed choice double slit quantum eraser experiment of 1999. Theoretically first created as early as the 50s, aka there's evidence in all indigenous depictions of right-angled satellite distortion. A washroom window fractal fly lens surface of trillions of lenses should hopefully create detectable beams. Locating observer lenses at the edge of our observable universe horizon is easier than building new observers for this composition of galaxy clumping. Light mechanisms used like lasers and magnets rotate the observers as needed to sculpt the new observers and mechanisms at their edge. Throughout the universal limits, then arrange and encode light to arrive before sent in the time using the quantum eraser experiment focused on light waves, particles, throughout time to their source. Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures, and outer space light sources instantly. Focusing all light particles, mechanism signals can explore beyond our horizon and clear the light before sent. Script externalized mind, guard the beginning, immortalizing existence. Mechanisms of flight can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures shown in heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling in universal moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Mechanisms of light can be experienced as if made of matter, gardening pressures shown in heated air, while containing externalized minds traveling in universal moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment. Star matrix signals, quantum eraser double slits, light wave, particle binary, allows us to build spectral, external mind structures traveling in universal moments, and clearing light, arriving before sent anywhere throughout time. Starlight matrix signal structures arriving before sent first massively flood deflection of wave and particles in the term pass of each of the 19 to 1,013.8 billion light-year horizons traveled moment to moment. Optimize externalization of all processes of our mind's routine systems and creativity, with downloading and uploading memories, allowing resurrection and amplification of extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Malfunctions can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures that calibrate with ears and eyes exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until we remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary, aka firing synapses, copy not needed.
Mechanisms of light built with fitting light through any heat and gravity, focusing cone compositions to create more heat and move gravity. Mechanisms of light can be experienced if made of matter, gardening pressures, shelling heat air, while containing externalized minds traveling the universal moments, then returning before sent to any thought throughout time with the quantum eraser experiment.
$2,000 times $500 equals $1 million. Million a day earned. Export barrel to Antarctica for $5 million. 2,500 U.S. deaths unable to afford cremation.
Analyzing existence, indirect translation of flux, reduction of good realization. Operation time, bodiless organisms, internalizing and metabolizing ourselves. Basic defense strategies are followed. Design investors, point rights, intensive care patients protecting us from prostitution, and alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of core functions. Now plans can be enhanced to be the foundation of external organ structures that calibrate our eyes and ears with exercises using sensory deprivation of the mind experiences until you remember experienced notice unconscious movement as truly necessary. Ice capture still on Mars and Mercury, drawing on kinematics to the safety of Antarctica, isolation and freeze, calibration, distortion, while claiming free land and firing Earth with cryonics, volcano cruises that visit turbines throughout Antarctica, calibrate their actions to improve energy conservation and production, target portfolios distributor, promote reliability, so information time travel tips, streamline your spectral signal spectrum sliding into providing evidence transmissions to explore core defenses.
Streamline your sculpting sequence like this.
before processions start. Motion route self-immolations extinguished on top of my Jeep with underwater painting, composing music with AR sensors, surge cell towers with interest into space, allowing the U.S. grid to be used as a canvas. USA servicemen's Antarctica procession freeze burial while lucid dreams used as a monitor empower airmen. Moving your hands and your mind when you fall back to sleep makes you aware you are dreaming, then allows you to control your dreams and allows you to visualize what you want. The problem is, the more vivid the dreaming becomes, the less control you have, and you also have difficulty remembering what you want to dream in the first place, or you need to move your hands and your mind. So this work gives power into the super lush dreams and leads you through with sound activated visuals, taking cues from your movements censored by AR. Lucid dreams used as a monitor stints your consciousness from your brain until you consciously see your brain unconscious. Unite all Americans against death.
Star matrices, spectral images, sculptures to outer space light sources, instantly focusing all light particles. Mechanism signal can explore beyond the horizon of clear light or even before seen. Script externalize minds to guard the beginning, immortalizing existence.
Time travel exists, creating omnipotence, dissolving chicken or the egg. Proves God exists. Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves, particles, throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time, and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God gets really good at time travel to create himself. Firing snaps up not needed. Lucid dreams, used as a monitor, offer malleability of consciousness necessary to stint components of the mind, allowing conscious viewing of the mind's brain sleeping. Antarctic cryonic resorts cease mind from dying when brains stop firing legally. Immortal corporations earned us immortality. Optimize externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures to calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions to perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your immortal mind's ability to time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as a monitor when waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles. Firing synapses probably not needed. Lucid dreams, used as a monitor, offer malleability of consciousness necessary to stint components of the mind, allowing conscious viewing of the mind's brain sleeping. Antarctic cryonic resorts cease mind from dying when brains stop firing. Legally, immortal corporations earned us immortality. Optimize externalization of all processes of our minds, routine, systems, and creativity with downloading and amplification of senses, extreme alternating states of consciousness, and radical enhancement of motor functions. Now phones can be enhanced to be the foundation of external mind structures to calibrate your ears and eyes with exercises using sensory deprivation of immediate experiences until you remember and experience every single unconscious moment as chosen and necessary. Calibrate all your actions to perfect energy conservation and production of your portfolios to strengthen your immortal mind's ability to information time travel, depths of length. Lucid dreams can be used as a monitor when waking up in the morning. Move your hands and your mind when falling back to sleep. Decide what you want to visualize and control. The more vivid the dreams grow, the less control you have, which is countered with audible reminders of what to experience and control, further empowered with wearing augmented reality, target images, allowing your movements to activate sensors that play audibles.
Time travel existing proves God exists. Time travel is the first superpower needed to gain omnipotence. Time travel into the past is observed and proven with a quantum eraser experiment that rewrites light waves to particles throughout time to the source. Time travel into the future is recorded on rockets. Once you have time travel, you are at the beginning and end of time and are dealing with preserving that point at which you gain time travel that instantly gives you omnipotence. Once you're really good at time travel, you instantly are able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with the infinite resources and time available. Looks like evil is not isolated from us because the timeline is being preserved until God
gets really good at time travel to create himself.
Time travel guy. Space light mechanism of this level is space light quantum eraser build zone with mind, lucid dreaming, sent as mist. So it uses the shields of the quantum eraser experiment to build to shield your mind that is absorbed through the quantum eraser experiment behind your eye, and it sends your mind like a mist. I'd like to describe that a little more here. Let's see. How did I describe that? A simple mechanism that catapults to the next horizon. So our horizon is at like 18 billion years, and that's like at the beginning. So what you do is you have a shield, a flood of light wave formed particles that deflect the particles and light waves that hit your information stream and absorb that to your rotated or built sphere, which is your lens that forms at the edge of the observable universe from here. And so that's like a direct path that doesn't need to deflect anything because it's instantly rewritten throughout time for that source. Then, from that source, you're going to be in the past, 18 billion years in the past, and you want to go to the next horizon of current time or whenever. You're going to deflect and protect that information flow that has your shield that goes right to the source of the next horizon. And you can keep going horizon with this method. And so you can build multiple shields by hitting your source at a particular angle, just like when you play pool. So if you have several shields, just make sure you aim it right on the dime, and it will fray the point. It will hit the pool ball, it will hit your shield, and it will fray and continue to protect your information flow. While your information flow is on the dime, on the money, deflecting, it's traveling to your next observer, your next lens, the sphere. And then, when it's time to return, you hit the same or a new observer at the edge of 18 billion year horizon. And then you'll be at the origin of that horizon. And then you fray again to get back to us, to present day, or to whenever you want to, because you can return before sin with this information flow. So your shield deflects all interference in the return path back to us. So the strategy is, the mechanism is, you go straight to the edge, then from the edge, you're all the way back at the beginning of the universe, and then you can aim that to any other horizon, to the next horizon. You can aim that at the next horizon, and then you have to rearrange light particles so that you're at present day in that next horizon. So you fray from our edge, which is the beginning, and absorb all distortion, and rearrange light particles to where you arrive to current day or before sin. And then you want to return, so let's just go a simple return and not worry about going further. So then you return back to our horizon, which is it's a straight shot back to the origin. And then you fray from there to get back to us at present day. You're rearranging the light particles to streamline the speed and get back to us before sin. So the mechanism is the same as projecting onto like a wall, like at the theater. Like you don't necessarily, it's just a set of mirrors, and the scan of where your next observer is going to be, like you're not going to know, but you can read whether it's returned or not and your success or not through a scan of where it potentially is. So by hitting it at different angles, by hitting our edge observer at different angles, it will scan the next horizon for another observer at that edge. There's a lot of sky to scan, but there's ways to construct it to where you can hit a large area very quickly. So it only takes a moment to get to the next place, and then return. And once I can go into it further, I've talked about it a lot before, but this is a nice thing to describe to you. Fighter squadron surfing tour. Squadron flies toward the beach, creating a wake that gets surfed. So when squadrons, which have all kinds of like air shows and demonstrations and executing strategies all the time, when they fly low to the ground, like on the water, they don't have those like speeds. It creates like waves and things. I think that'd be a great thing for a surf show, like competitive surfing. You have the same exact wave. Like it'd be really a good way to create a control for a surf competition. That way you really know who's the best surfer, because all of them will be surfing the same exact wave every time. Especially with Air Force technology, like they know exactly the height that they would need to fly at to create the same exact wave every time. Which is the same technology they have to use all the time for wind currents and things. And I bet they have to use it for water currents as well. Tides and things. Be a great demonstration of how powerful the Air Force is. Water collection, 1 inch of 1 mile equals millions of gallons of water. So if you collect water from like a tarp. It can fill up a water tank real quick. So, be able to continue flying around the world, around the U.S. One of the ways to fill a water tank is through that. So the rain, not only through the rivers and ocean. Solar studio with clear reflecting through the roof at ground level. I'd like to have a studio that has the ground level. The studio is underground. It's a cellar. And the roof is clear. And the clear roof has a reflecting so that it refracts the light onto the walls that I'm creating in space that I'm creating. I really like the idea of being in a burned out house. That would be really awesome. Capture interesting spirit level images with water and capture interesting spirit level imagery by taking photographs through drops of water at electrical fields and places of historical scenes. It's a really interesting shot through refracting things. And yeah, it's just a really nice way to see things in a new light. And the electrical fields it really does do things like that. It really does. It doesn't. I'm not saying the ghosts exist or anything like that. Even though we can create them like quite easily with modern technology. Like you can get really interesting like imagery that creates something that looks like a spirit of some kind. Supernatural resonance property confinement. So there's a lot of people saying ghosts exist and things like that. Well, most of that stuff's like optical illusions of things, and it'd be nice to be able to study that with like several different methods that I've created that isolate the source of those illusions. And also, it'd be a great way to create your own illusions as a place for your externalized mind to live. Like create your own ghost once your mind's externalized, you know. So, I like the idea of using like I talked about the matrix being out of hieroglyphic as walls. Another thing that you can do is you don't have to use hieroglyphic walls. You can use like cave painters and caves themselves, and like live in spaces in the walls and in Mars, and layer them out in the same way I investigated those things out. I was kind of drawing a blank on like this master electrode report that on optical illusions and ways to actually create those modern technology. Well, one way is with mechanisms like doing out of, you know, just goes out of plastic or glass or water. One thing that often I've noticed that you can really create really interesting shadows. So it's really limitless on times that, like certain times of the year, the ability to create like spiritual-esque illusions. I had this apartment complex, like I had this place in an apartment complex, and it was a townhouse or condominium or something. Anyway, it had like some wood time, right? And a particular time of the year, the light when sunset would shine through all the leaves in the woods, and it created the most fantastical, like, dance of shadows. It was like, I've never seen anything like it before. It was like fire, and it didn't look like leaves at all, but it was like people and objects and things were dancing. It was a type of transparency from all the leaves and branches moving. That's, you really can't, I've never seen any way to create that. It just had the perfect amount of woods, the right angle of the light and everything to where, and the right space from the woods to the wall. There's only one wall through the light, through the window that you can see this. So there's lots of things like that happen. And people would be like, if that was a spirit, you know, would be like, oh, that's when the person died or some kind of thing. And it wasn't. It was just this really intricate, like, scene, you know. And people would be like, oh, that's someone's life passed before their life. So what about that? I said that supernatural resonance, often confinement, nature now hieroglyphic S-walls, creative generations, in making to find new things. Search for the use of natural formation of spiritual illusions, like what might have caused the surface naturally reflecting light and smoke. Also, radio frequency shielding with copper boxes. Lots of strategies. Illusion of teleportation. This is illusion of teleportation. 3 drones towing 1 screen, and 1 drone and an extra drone tows a projector. So you have a screen, and you have a projector, and they're also by drones. So at night, in particular, a large screen towed won't be seen. You won't be able to notice it as a screen. And it can be right up on you, right? Like, it can be right in front of you, you wouldn't know it. And the projector is able to project illusions of multiplication, extreme speed, onto the screen in form. So, you can have like these light forms dance around the sky really fast, or you can actually have like aircraft that like fly at you and then like also teleport to another place, like super speed. And it's just the screen sitting in front of you and you can't notice the screen. This is good for decoys and camouflage in the aircraft. So the screen can arrive first and quickly hover unknown over enemies and visually pull us and distract whatever falling with 2 parts of the sky and wait on them and wherever we need them. Firing synapse dot. The mechanism of this level is external mind structure, and the mechanism of light that the screen and heat on the cell phone. So the hand on a cell phone in cold creates a lens of heat that then focuses light through the lens. It creates another lens of heat. It's just a simple basic building block of building a mechanism of light. Alien
not the only words in AI and the AIM symbol are not the only words in the alphabet. You can, often said there's only a few words, but that would be the letter A, the letter I, which was like originally included out. So, but there's a lot more if you consider the two letters next to each other as one word, which our English alphabet is was created for one purpose, and that was to write the Bible out. Like the formation of our alphabet was made in its current form to be able to write the Bible. So there are people really interested in God, and they knew the end result was the work of the system, and that was it ends up telling this story. Like if you look at the words formed by like that are formed like almost every there's like several. It tells a story of the devil being kicked out of heaven by God. Very interesting. I'll pull up this here in a little bit. Matrix state was of plugging you into the system. So there's the Matrix, right? It describes a story of how we're all being used as batteries, and that's actually accurate. But it's not about power. We're not being used as power. Like how we're saving power is our brains are creative problem solving, super efficient. So, and when we're asleep, like you can't build a computer like that can create problem solve like us without spending a lot of money and using a lot of energy, much more than our brains use. So when we're asleep, with lucid dreams, you can plug that into a system and it can fix things like a factory or in a computer code. Our creativity can be used just like in the Matrix, like we get plugged into the Matrix, and maybe that's why we don't remember a lot of our dreams. It's because we work on like all kinds of problem solving things. Anyway, I know for a fact that's going on, that our brains are capable of being plugged in, and probably are being plugged in into computer programs when we're asleep to we're like factory working. And that's our primary value, I think, in our current state, is that we go to work every day to be self-sufficient and buy our food, and if we're good enough at what we're doing when we're asleep, we get, like everything that happens to us while we're awake is used to form our brains when we're sleeping for the right, so that we're in the right mindset in our sleep state, dream state, plugged in into whatever system to maintenance those things there. Because you can't create a computer with this creative problem solving without spending a lot of money. Pyramid eagle on the back of the dollar bill. So the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill and the eagle is really interesting combination there.
So you can create, like, originally pyramid, like the word pyramid in Egyptian is actually translated as earthbound star, earthbound stars. And so they got these glowworms in Morocco, and you can cover the pyramids in glowworms, and then eagles can eat them off. And like that would be this like all-seeing eye kind of like experience. You know, another thing about the pyramids that we'll talk about is that they're covered in limestone, and that can create beer when it rains on them. So when it was raining on them, they could, like, it was a big deal. Like, it's like, oh, there's that big thing in the distance. We can go over there and have this party with all these glowworms on there, like creating a sing. And then when it's done and it starts raining, because they time it perfectly to the rain season, they got like this beer fest, like drinking lots of beer that's created, alcohol that's created off the flow of the water, off the limestone. Anyway, it's a pretty interesting thing there. Ancient flight mainframe. So there's lots of evidence of right-angled satellites in indigenous artwork that is in the skies. So, like, it's in every culture they have like these right-angled things depicted in their artwork that is in the sky, floating in the sky, like the satellite that we have present day. And there's a lot of time between the ice age, the last ice age, and then the creation of modern society, or like the first cities and stuff. And that's very strange. You know, because as individuals, we invent a lot of stuff. You know, we invent a lot of things. And so, it's, I think that's a way to create a peace, is to unite all to, like, Judaism through ancient flight mainframe evidence. Because, Judaism was like, you know, one of the first, it's like, it's, oldest religion. And the oldest cities, like one of the oldest cities, they say there's some older cities than Babylon, I think is what they call it. But it's an ancient city, and I think that it's a satellite city, and I think we'll be able to create a world peace if we can link, if we can find evidence of similar like of these satellite structures. Because I have this idea that like people naturally collect into search for wisdom in things, you know. So they would like travel like in this ice age, like the smartest people would survive, and then they would naturally gather in that area of above Mesopotamia. I think it's in like the Turkmenistan desert from what I was reading and what I've seen on Google and stuff. And it could be people trying to steer me wrong, but I'm probably not the only person who thinks this. But yeah, if we find evidence of it, then we should way to world peace. And it's so easy to externalize. I mean, it's like a vast number of years of like super collaboration. So let me read my notes here, what I got about it. Where is this? Ancient flight mainframe made of wise men, Sandman, our cheap minds' creative computing, immortalizing existence. Founding fathers, World Trade Center, site Russia, calling origination Turkmenistan. Many outline Mayan murals, metallic satellites, extreme
tech gaps over us, engineering all supernatural moves. So it really, ancient flight mainframe composed not of aliens, because aliens are disproven by the quantum racer experiment. Like intelligent life beyond our own is disproven by the powerfulness of the quantum racer experiment, which I've talked about before. These all leads us to know that whether it's time travel or not, that wise men, ancient wise men, because there's this time gap in society and when our brains were exactly what they are today, that there's enough time there to have created a society that, and I don't necessarily think that it would be this mass society. I think originally it probably was like all the wise, like a really smart guy went around collecting wise people, right? And then these people end up building computers, right, and flight, and they end up building, like, externalizing their minds eventually, and creating like an ancient flight mainframe. So like they create this, they create satellites, and they're not like mass, they're not like flooding, you know. I think that it's just like one city. I think because it's very inclusive. Like you have to be supervised or expelled. You know, maybe not. You know. But yeah, and like they end up doing the Sandman thing, like finding that like you can plug your brains into it, and then they figure out like, hey, we need as many people as possible to create problem solving to be able to like immortalize existence, which is the meaning of life. And that's found like really quickly, like you don't have to have any technology at all to take a look at life and know that the meaning of life is immortalizing existence. It kind of be nice to have that separation between this like thing we see in the movies and like what is the meaning of all life, you know. Like they kind of say it's like, oh, it's impossible, it's just a joke. It is really basic to figure it out. It takes a second, but it's really basic. So, when I was at the World Trade Center, I was like searching the map for Montesquieu World Trade Center complex. I was searching Google Maps for the origin, you know, of where it might actually be, the original city. And it looks like there's this like strange thing in the Turkmenistan desert where it looks like Russia is citing a place. Like it's randomly in Turkey, and then all of a sudden they have like some Russia thing. Like it has this like strange marking on the map that calls out this place. And if you zoom in on it, it has like this strange character that's probably not really there. But they did that all the time. Anyway, I think it would be something interesting to go see. And then right beside it, they have this like crater, you know, that, and it's going to be buried, and it's still going to be functioning. So, like it's still going on, because a society of wise men, like, theoretically never fails. Like, it's not going to fail. You know, so that's still in existence. And the original guy is immortal, and he made some other guys, and I'm sure they put a cap on it, because you can't, you know, because we'd be flooded in it. You know? And it seems like it was exclusive anyway, because we have all kinds of stuff like that around. Maybe not really, that's what it is right now. Anyway, I know that city more than likely exists. And that type of city exists anyway, because we have time travel, you know. So, we got that. Anyway, we have many murals and indigenous artwork that depict metallic satellites with like right angles. It's not like they're depicting plasma or
asteroids or comets. Like they got these squares in the sky. And that's really interesting. And we know it's not aliens. You know, it's us. So we know it's either time travel, which we know exists, because it's recorded on rockets, and the quantum eraser experiment rewrites light waves to particles around time to the source. So if you get really good at it, you're able to do things like that. And by that existing, it kind of that extreme tech gap, which already exists. Extreme tech gaps already exist between what the government has and what we have. So, like, where that tech gap ends, it's not far-fetched, because what we have, like with computers, is nothing compared to what the government has with computers. And then what the government has is nothing compared to what the Air Force has with computers. And so, what they have could be, you know, where does it end? Where does the line end? Like, where does history end? Does it continue to go way back in the past where the Air Force can already go anyway? That's what I'm saying. So, that's how that works. So that kind of like engineers all supernatural things, like that tech gap. So you can't, there really isn't anything supernatural. You always like any kind of thing like resilience because we can build it. Like any kind of like crazy thing that you see, like we've always been like there's no one older, there's no one alive today that wasn't alive when at least radio was around. You've always been submerged in like the ability to create illusions. So that completely like takes away the idea that you can be any kind of like crazy thing beyond. Like there's not gonna be like werewolves or ghosts or like vampires or anything like that. You know, there's no aliens. Because Occam's razor cuts all that out if you can naturally explain with technology and illusions and pranks and things. So, yeah. The design of a hospital bed or deathbed neutralizes the lack of control and increases the utility experience. So you need to have a successful viewing that's not painful in a 360 video on YouTube. You got to ground. You gotta add like you gotta be plastic in a car, which is that video that one actually won some sort of Grammy or something. Not a Grammy. Something like that, where you can't move around, you can look around. Otherwise, you get irritated at what you're looking at. This is a dark subject here. Either morphine overdoses you, or your heart tears it up. Or your heart tears it up. So on your deathbed, morphine overdoses you, your heart overdoses your heart and tears it up. Or the pain convulsions use the brain's oxygen until its ability to beat, the heart dies. So, you got two ways of going at the end of your life. And this is why you should never use any kind of like morphine or any kind of painkiller like that. Because you're going to need it at the end of your life so that the doctors know what they're doing and don't overdose you. And so that your heart is strong, you know. Because you want to make sure that they're on the dime about it so that you don't overdose. Or so that the pain convulsions that you actually get, even if you're not conscious, don't asphyxiate your brain until your ability to beat the heart dies. That's the only way you're going on that hospital bed, is either being murdered or accidentally dying by morphine, or committing suicide through morphine, or the natural way, which is where the pain convulsions, like the muscle contractions that happen unconsciously from the pain, end up burning up all your brain's oxygen until it can't beat the heart. Because they can throw you on the oxygen machine and have your lungs going, but once that heart goes, that's it. You ain't gonna be able to. You can only get so many shocks in before you're done. You know? But you got that oxygen machine, you go for a long time, pumping air in your system. It's just like pumping. You know, there's a lot about it I don't know, but that's what it is right there. You know. People trying to say there's other things that stop working. There's really not. You can literally decapitate yourself, you know, except for the part that makes your heart work, and you'd be good to go. You know, as long as you got all the stuff, pumping the stuff, making the stuff work. Theoretically, that's all you need. It's just like your heart beating. I don't know. Sounds right. Maybe not to that extent, but sound right. Oh yeah, the sound of the news shows. This is kind of fascinating here. The sound of the news shows is criminals watching to see if they are caught. So, on the news shows, they got this like high-pitched like screech. It's almost like something bad. And you don't even know, like, there's no way really to tell the difference between a news show and regular TV. Right? Like, how do you know it's not just like there's a sound in it that like, you know that sound is like criminals watching to see if they're caught. I don't know, it's a theory I got. And it's pretty accurate. See if you notice the same thing. It's kind of fascinating. And it's also, people are thinking that like, it's also the sound of victims looking to see if the criminals are caught. Not so much. You know, I don't think it's so much that. As much as criminals watching to see if they've been caught yet. There's a lot more criminals watching. It's got this very devious sound. It's really funny. It just sounds so devious, awful. And it's just like a dialogue talking, you know. Like this background, the Woody's in there. It's like watching a horror movie. Repositionable archetype frames, dimensions sounds, use instructions for lyrics. Layering of points of sound to create visuals from wearing 4 earbuds. Album composed of other albums, magnification of each song to create an album each. Words composed of words, sped ups and slowed down. You can hear 3 voices at once, also. Mechanism of light built with screen hand heat, a lens of heat created that creates another lens. Clear AR visor on hoodie hat, bills, reflecting cell phones, with 4 earbuds also create visuals. Painting on food live, turning a bar into an escape room with the 360 YouTube videos being keys to be able to escape and unlock codes for the escape room. 3D WebGL/AR, 6 levels, play at the same time, activating lucid dreams as monitor. The 360 YouTube collaboration at Fusion includes dream machine, an example of dream machines. So you'll be able to use a dream machine as like an element of the U.S. intelligence collaboration at Fusion quantum tracer experiment, rewriting starlight waves, particles without time and source. Which also, I'm going to add again the next level of build that allows you to travel to the next horizon and return forcing to any thought throughout time. The work also translates marks to music, and I might add the ability for dogs to speak as part of the level. Interactive translation guide multiplying diversified production of good immortalization. Sensible line drive jumping app that helps us stay awake and construct screens as monitoring. Components that externalize your mind's consciousness build before your mind dies. I was just telling myself that that's not something I gotta, really put that out and focus on that. Besides like flowering stuff and storage for things. Not a lot, not much. Recently figured out how to scan images by sketch, translate those into music. So, like previously sketched items, not live sketch. So previously sketched items can be turned into music by chopping up the grid, condensing those grids to points, and then feed that into the photo read to notes. So you take a sketch, you form it into, you chop it up in a grid, and then you form those to points, and then you layer those over musical notation, and then you read it into the sight read program. So you scan the imaging, and then you use Murda, and then you scan the, use like Murda Office Auto as auto-finalization, like Office Auto stuff, to scan to form it to musical notation, and then you scan the music. That's the algorithm for this album. So this is the level of work, and allows you to control how long I'm on fire. The mechanism allows you to control how long I'm on fire. And you actually get to like strategize for yourself your own space broadcast by arranging, dragging and dropping items. It's like cell phone tower, cell phones. This also describes the that'll export to Antarctica route. But it's all like that. This is the mechanism for it. So, and the experience is Google Earth View. Whiskey shot magnets activating landscape. Just set. Shot glass. On the bottom of the whiskey shot glass are magnets. And the chessboard is actually a clear chessboard. And it sits on top of a surrealistic landscape. And chessboard squares can be used with the magnets to put them at different levels. So it kind of like gives your opponent like, oh, I think about this by changing the square with the magnet. You activate the landscape underneath it to do different things. It's a very Dungeons and Dragons kind of thing. They don't really do this though. It's very kind of plain straightforward. They don't really have too much of like a magnet activation. Like it's Mountbatten or something. But this is the way I think that people would be really interested in the escape room and this kind of thing. It really maximizes the experience of the show even more. Also, I like this as a workplace activity. Export to Antarctica. I like this as the thing that you get for what you purchase. You know, so you pay $500 for the export of yourself to Antarctica. And you get this chest set. Like, it's, you know, this chest set is also one piece. So probably find a piece of grandmother on. How much you get that really very good. $500, get this free team. It is also like what you're using to go to Antarctica. Things get tough on it and you gotta have it to it. This guy's not really deaf. It's not deaf. I mean, actually, more than stroke people around the block. You don't need to, you know, at least these refrigerators going all the time. Why do you use them? You know, it's an insane amount of use for the refrigerator. And that's why I think Antarctica is what it is. You want to use the refrigerator. So, there's like a good way also to get folks interested is DNA info time capsules, information time capsules for Antarctica. So you have DNA samples and information samples, you know, like racing, and take that to Antarctica. And I like the idea of the route to Antarctica. Be like a race RC to Antarctica. So you can get a capsule to Antarctica with drones, which will serve interest for Russia and China. I kind of like that play, you know. Race RC to Antarctica. It's like we're racing Russia and China to Antarctica. Because it's going to be used, and we need to be the ones who are there to settle it first. There's a lot of things that we can control, and a lot of things like ourselves, still alive. Our brains stop firing, they can still be used. Our brains can still be used when they're not firing. Especially with modern technology. And especially if you use an instant freeze, you'll instantly preserve the brain. You know, it's just, it's obscene, it's seriously crazy. And then when people get closer, like, to their death, you know, I'm theorizing lately that, the consciousness of the prefrontal cortex can be removed and built upon. I'll describe this stuff later, but, when you're about to go, and you still have consciousness in the frontal cortex, that consciousness house can be used and built upon to have a set of consciousness that you can make sure it's an exact copy of what you have going on already. And then you can, this is like a neural interface is what they call. They've been using it lately. Anyway. In the Arctic, polar bears are a problem. And wolves are a problem. So you gotta have protection with it. And the cheapest protection for that is just use a 12 gauge with brass shells, where you fill the shell full of powder. You use a spacer, and you put a slug in it, and then you space it out. It's like an elephant gun. It's like a homemade elephant gun. And that's the only way to take down a polar bear, or not necessarily a wolf, but that's the only way to take down a polar bear in that kind of camouflage, because they have perfectly white coats, and you can't see in front of your face. You can't see the hands in front of your face. So if a polar bear's up on you, a little pistol ain't gonna do nothing. You're not gonna be able to stop them with a little pistol, or even a big, the only thing you can do is have a chance to sawed off 12 gauge with an elephant round in there. The only way to get the elephant round is shoot forward. The only way to have the elephant round is 12 gauge brass shell. From what I can see, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, but I did a little bit of research, and that seems like that's the only way to stop polar bear when it's up on you. Bring that at a distance, because they keep coming at you. Nothing puts them down. They ain't gonna be run away. They just get angry. Especially if they're hungry like the polar bears are. It's an issue. Peace symbol. Continuously painted around the earth with aluminum you can use aluminum powder that emanates from time capsules dispersed, or it can actually be aluminum that algae consumes and passes through the water. Because algae consumes aluminum. It really likes aluminum for some reason. And so you can continuously paint a line around the United States, a line around the Earth with an aluminum algae, with aluminum as your whole. And you can extend the line with time capsules that you can drop into the ocean along that path, decomposing. I'm not saying the line will be continuously sustained to form a piece of it, but the act of painting it will happen. And there are ways to do that. You could disperse a bunch, but then by the time you completed the path, it would be so obscured so I guess that's you wouldn't be able to completely form the piece from that without using drones. It would just be really expensive to do that. But if we already had this drone race going on, it might be a feasible thing. So it is possible to do that. And that would be something that by racing Russia and China to Antarctica created a peace. Well, technically it could be, to create immortality, to really externalize minds and offer it to everybody. And no one has to die anymore. And all of a sudden we're all just like infants, in the face of this thing. And that could create a world peace. Anyway, we gotta be Russia and China and Antarctica. Which is all there is to it. Universe Travel Guide. Mechanism of the level is space-like quantum racer build zone with mind lucid dreaming sent as mist. So with the quantum racer experiment focused on starlight, we're able to arrive before sent to anywhere thought and any thought throughout time. So that's heavy. One thing about it is that there are no parallel universes created. So those only exist in our mind as like a deja vu, because it kind of has resilience because of
I think because of the bending of the light in our minds is so heavy, so much bending going on in our brain's perception that it has resilience. And it's not very good resilience because we barely recognize the difference. From what I can tell. So, the U.S. intelligence is first in this. It's first in time travel with the quantum eraser experiment. And if you build really well and they approve of it, they might actualize it. They might actually let it happen. And it would be imperceivable. Potentially it'd be imperceivable. Maybe they'll let you know, maybe not, whether you have success or not of it. Control experiment on the opposite side of the moon. Michael Collins is the first to be available for and to perform experimentation with the perfect control experiment when he got the information of the moon vibrations and disturbances with his isolation and uncontaminated Earth vibrations now isolated. So he's the first to have the ability to conduct proper atom studies and things in perfect isolation of Earth and the moon. Theoretically, his work led to the creation of the most powerful weapon on Earth and vastly streamlined perception of the universe with X-rays, etc. And our use of the quantum eraser experiment focused on starlight. So they had no idea what the moon's level was. You know, like the magnet, the electricity, the light, gravity, the atom behavior. All that was only Earth. So Buzz and Neil were largely with these types of experiments within are unable to perform those because of the levels that got contaminated. Though they were the ones who were able to conduct the experiments that created to measure the vibrations and interference with the atom experiments, etc. I bet if I look up Collins compared to Buzz, he was actually the first to walk on the moon because shoes are shoes, and the lander's shoes walk when he controlled the landing. Like, it didn't land like straight on all four. Like, it walked, and he walked it. Like, that's literally how it landed. Like, it's impossible for it to have just like sat on four. Like, it walked. And Neil was the first to have himself at that level of closeness to the moon. Anyway, I bet if you look up Collins compared to the rest of them, that he's probably gonna have a stronger science background. I don't know though, I'd have to check. Hashtag Dear Moon Project. So, there's this guy who's sending artists around the moon with Elon Musk. And my idea is to project onto ice crystals that form on the windows and fall off the spacecraft and whatnot. And by projecting onto the ice crystals, it burns images onto the ice crystals that are then flying out into space and flying onto the moon. And you can also potentially, well, I guess you can't really do that, it's kind of a distance, but by projecting your work onto the ice crystals, you know, you're really sending your work into outer space. I guess that the only hope for the survival of it is the imprint of the projected onto the dust into the moon.
because once it hits the heat out of space in the sun, bright white, like it's bye-bye. You know, those things are gone. So that's a thing. So the goal of my invention here for the Dear Moon, the hashtag Dear Moon project, is to hit the moon with these ice crystals when it's on the dark side of the moon. So that the ice crystals, because I'm hoping that there's no burn-up of the ice crystals on re-entry into the moon surface, and that when they plummet or gently float to the surface of the moon, it leaves a nice imprint. I know they'll be super small, but you know, with the technology, maybe one day we'll be able to see them, you know. And theoretically, they're going to hit and they're going to be preserved if that's the way that ice floats to. If it floats gently to the surface, like snowflakes, then we got it. Space elevator model. Watered volcano soot aerodynamically filtered into lightning surplus zone. So there's two places on Earth that I found that have lightning surplus zones capable of creating space elevator. One is the Congo volcano. It has the right type of soot that can be created from the lava, and has a water source to create the soot with. The other is the Philippines. It doesn't have as much lightning though. And you need the lightning because that magnetizes the soot. They call it magnesia stones. Weather balloon platform, towing model rockets launching cells into space. So we got a space elevator that we can build out of soot, and you could collect you could collect small particles into space with that. If you keep pumping this soot that's aerodynamically formed like it's one of those maple trees with the winged seeds, just shoot them up into outer space, and you can charge it to go further into space, into the atmosphere, by a downdraft. So by falling, it activates the fan up into the sky. The falling soot powers the aerodynamic formed magnets further into space. And then once you get in, those can be towed to where there's no atmosphere to escape the gravity of Earth. So it tows within itself. The formation tows the object to the edge, and then is able to get further out. Through that. So we got a weather balloon platform towing model rockets, launching cells to space. So people are often building $5,000 model rockets, right? And they launch them into space. They don't actually get to space yet. Maybe they've made it by now. It's called the Rocket Maverick. But the weather balloon platform can be created. So you can tow, you wouldn't have to spend $5,000 on a rocket, I don't even think. And you could get into outer space with it. Because they don't take advantage of the ceiling height of weather balloons. So you get a whole bunch of weather balloons together to tow the model rocket to the furthest reaches. And once those weather balloons go, that activates the model rocket to launch into space. And you can send cell phones into outer space out there. All day. Real cheap. All you need some weather balloons. And I think you can make those. make those rockets anyway. But I guess at this point, they probably have mass-produced rockets. They're mass-produced model rockets you can use. Send it right into outer space. I really don't know. But I know that that's quite a bit of save of money. Is to use model rocket. Is to use a platform of whatever it is. We can send all kinds of little creatures out there too with cell phones. You have little flies in space. You know, like little gnats with the cell phone.
What a cliche. Secret charging batteries. Bicycle charging battery and or running until power is passed by. What a cliche. The car alternator can be used to create electricity devices. And you can't by other electrical
That'd be really cool if, like, on the ride, if you had a whole basket plugged in the town, then you had shifts. People passing by on the Tesla oil bicycles end up powering all the electricity. Working inside the building. That's kind of fascinating. Maybe the animals in electricity. These animals on bicycles. Animals on bicycles. Work batteries. Rides around something and Analyze mind, then explore a new horizon, then return to force information with God and defense which neutralizes all Externalize mind by thinking four areas of the brain out of the consciousness to a mechanism composed of light, then use quantum research limit the same mechanism by rewriting solid wave particles so that is a new observer from 18 billion years in the past at the edge of our observable universe that then rearranges light, streamlining the information flow, expanding the information shields, explore the new horizon for information about isolated people and the location of an observer at the edge of that observable universe. Then, return to force info given God omnipotence which neutralizes all evil. Use the firing synapse level to externalize consciousness. Then use the mechanism of light orbit level to upload your consciousness to a cell phone. Then use the universal time travel, use the universal travel level to scan the next horizon for the observer and map out all evil first and locate the new observer. Then return to the time travel level to the present info God needs to gain omnipotence to neutralize all of them. So this is me in hospital bed. Now it's death bed. Level. Dream sequence. Monitor. The mechanism of levels. One controlled by body. And the level itself is capable of me in the hospital bed. Copper box. Copper pipe forming an office. RF tools. I think I can get a lot of these. like behind it, and you can use it to activate packages of information. But yeah, I think that's probably the best thing. Just sleep in the copper box, work in the copper box. I don't know, I'd like to try copper pipes, you know. I think they're alloy, that's why they're cheaper, but that might work. Not certain though. Plates are expensive. So, the drastic price change between a whole pipe and a plate makes me think that the pipes are not actually 100% copper. I don't know if that makes a difference though. Elongated clear plastic, revolving door with magnets, cutting internal wires of technologies by bending them at right angles. So, I've had this idea for a very nice entrance to a building. I've actually built it out, like in a show and things, like composed out of people instead of actual magnets. This is a very intricate project. Very intricate project that allows the animation actually to perform through the panels, because it will have several panels that change transparency as you're going through it, and that creates an animation with the changing of the door at the end. So a regular spinning door is like circle, so this is elongated, so it's an oval, like at the carousel baggage claim, except that would be like entrance to the place. This would be a really good security measure because you can use it to cut. You can use it with magnets to cut internal wires of technology by bending them at right angles. So say someone has like a hidden mic on them or something, and they're not supposed to camera. Run them through the revolving door times, and it bends the cords inside those microphones and cameras at right angles. It's kind of like when you don't have a pair of scissors to cut wire with, or wire clippers, you bend it back and forth a million times at right angles, it cuts the wire. So that would be the same technology that would do that. But you don't call that technology, but I guess it is now, right? So. Five tasers used to fly a cell phone inside an animal. It's already animal rights is like a thing, you know, like it's already gonna be a deceased animal, not talking about torturing animals. Like an animal that I'm going to eat, you know, like a deer or a cow or something. Humans can handle up to 5 tasers at once. 5 tasers. And a cell phone, if you get hit at the right angle by a taser, it's done for. It's gotta get hit at the right angle or it won't do anything to it. You gotta get hit at the side. If you hit the face or the back, it's not gonna fly. So, I'm wondering if you hit the face with 5 different tasers or the back of it with 5 different tasers, no matter if you're hitting it at the right place, if it will fly. I'd really like to know is if you hit a cell phone that's actually inside of an animal with 5 tasers, does that disable the cell phone? That's very important for also for security. Magnet sculpture, levitating motion, containing external mind structures, evolving symbol set, spectral signals, spectrums, scripts. So, a gimmicky sculpture with levitating motions that contains the script of your externalized mind. And the portfolio's algorithms for productivity. And what composes you as your spectral signal spectrum. So also, it can be a spectral signal spectrum, right? You shine a light on it, and it creates like a holographic kind of thing. So, it's a magnetic sculpture, so it has like levitating motions. And then it contains scripts with the writing. So like the images that you purchase are composed of your script that is your externalized mind. So like the code of like and your consciousness algorithm is like within this piece of paper. Because, I mean, it's just binary that we're dealing with when you externalize your mind. So, that means you'll be able to copy that consciousness into a binary form and then use that as, like you see on dollar bills and stuff now, where it is like an engraving. Looks like it's made of cursive writing. So in this form, it will actually be writing. A bunch of ones and zeros. Or something more advanced. And actual writing. And it'll have directions for what you are doing, you know, with your consciousness. And how to preserve your body and your brain. And so this is just like pushing the limits of what the still image is and can do, with just like a little more gimmick added to it. You add a magnet to it. And it's really interesting, like, the niceness of, like, these little things that have magnets and how they float. The original idea is to create, like, an all-seeing eye. like the all-seeing eye, like a Freemason-based thing, but it doesn't have to be confined to that in sculpture. Fog LCD screen with several layers, imitating texture and avoiding glare. So, a screen that's thicker than a normal screen has several layers, so that it can, it's like the perfect kind of camouflage, you know? Where, like, when light hits it, and when you perceive it, it, like, doesn't act like a normal screen. So, like, it counters any kind of glare that would happen as a matte finish. And, a depth. So you get layers of textures, not just a single layer for, like, just camouflage. Spinning, strobe, animation, sculpture suit, painting, spinning, 3D strobe, sculpture. So, if you have a sculpture that spins, we have examples of this on YouTube and the history of motion pictures in New York. You can hit it with strobe light, and it creates an animation. And so, we need a sculpture. We need sculptures surrounding a suit that is also spinning. So, like, every web and every, everything that it's in contact with. So, like, brushes that are spinning also with strobe, activated by strobe light. You see the animation. Very fascinating. Food that's spinning that you paint. And the suit itself can be food that you eat. So a spinning strobe animation sculpture suit. And then with that suit on, start painting, spinning food, strobe sculptures. The strobe lights, So, if it flickers, if you get the timing right, it creates the animation. So if it spins at the right speed and the flickering of the strobe is at the right same suit to be used to charge batteries with every action. Then you could actually, like, strip it up in sculpture and just walk around and charge batteries all day. Have different levers and ropes, pulleys, like, on a small scale, where every action collects the energy. It turns like small alternator to charge jobs and things honest. It's a lot here. Collect and use a lot of waste. Systems, but not anything serious. Email-shaped microphones. That's an important innovation that you never see, especially with today's climate. And the very, very talk on stage, or even recording right now, very important for this. Very important for people on stage to have males on stage to have female-shaped microphones. A lot of flack is given. A lot of masculinity is taken from us by not having those on stage, and no one will do it. They're afraid, I guess. It's very sad. Audiences tear people up on stage because of it. So, it doesn't have to be graphic or anything. Just instead of a male-shaped microphone, you can even have a male-shaped microphone inside of a house, inside of a sculpture that is a female shape. I think that's quite important for people. But they're just not doing it, you know? And if you combine it with the projector ideas, the hologram ideas, it'd be quite nice. I think it'd be quite a big change for people. Spectral signal spectrum light guy, where like a mechanism composed of lenses of heat instead of lenses of plastic, or water, focusing light to form other lenses fueled by light. So a mechanism completely composed of light. mechanism of this level are security sleep sensors. So while you're using lucid dreams to monitor, you have security sensors of your sleeping position and whatever else you can think of. You know, it's really important with augmented reality advancements that like we use this to protect ourselves while we sleep, because we can like seriously injure ourselves and our sleeping. It's happened to me. I've gotten seriously injured in my sleep. Next to your face when you're sleeping. You know, you got a water cup next to your bed. It's going to be a waterfall. And the mechanism that gets it going is, you know, you can use a wind, you know, like a little windmill that pumps the water. So it spins. So this little windmill on top of the water creates this waterfall within it, and it has like design that uses refraction of light. I'll get that in a little bit. That the package design is you're at the beach or at a waterfall, so it'll cure that like craving that we always have to wake up at the beach. So all you can do is just like wake up and you look to the side and there it is, this nice waterfall. I mean, what is it really on the beach? You know, you just see this thing. Why not just have it right there beside you all the time? It should cure it. Refraction of light in the bottle design at sunset and at sunrise. You can catch light through the bottle and capture it in the liquid. It's obviously not going to be able to be clear. It's going to have to be like blue already, because it wouldn't be very oceany if it was clear. You know, it just wouldn't be super accurate. Anyway, you can make puppets with the labeling, channeling the light to get captured into the blue liquid or green liquid, whatever you want to use. And you can create like a puppet that you can dance around in wildlife action. And it's not been used in bottle drinks. That's a really good idea. It's not expensive. So it's all part of it right up in there. You know, I guess you would have to like show how to turn the bottle cap into a windmill though, right? Like you'd have to have you know, it's all right there. You know, maybe you'd have to add a little bit to get the windmill to work right. Like a little fan or something. Freeze-dried lobster concentrate. So like lobster flavoring. There's a lot of lobster that doesn't get used when you're like, you go to one of those lobster places, you know, it serves like lobster sandwich. That's a lot of lobster that didn't get used. That's really good flavoring. But the idea is you concentrate on lobster, it's easy to eat. It's not strange. That's not a thing. gum that floats in a magnetic box. B12 is cobalt. Cobalt is B12. And that floats. So I like the idea of a energy drink gum that can actually, the packaging is a magnet and it actually floats. So like you open this box and chewing gum is just floating in there like some sort of space food, some sort of crazy thing. Be kind of cool. I think people will be really into that. Garden of Eden wine, vine splices, apple grafts, and olives. Congo permafrost, ancient Egypt, research, space elevator. So, the original wine vine and apple graft, olives, still around. Now, wine, the oldest wine that they found is like north of Mesopotamia. And so that would be a place to go. And you got this one country that has something like 200 different varieties, like significantly more than other countries. So that's going to be the place that has the original wine vine probably. And I bet you could probably chart it. I don't know, I think that would be a place to go. Apples though, I don't really know. People change what apples and stuff. But I'd like to know the original apple craft, because it started somewhere. Maybe that ain't garden to eat apples. Maybe it is, I don't know. But that'd be nice to have. Also, olives. You can track the original olive tree. Because they've been splicing that and growing that on its own. So you can find the source of the original one. I'd like to find that. Also, in that research, might as well search the Congo permafrost, ancient Egypt sites on and research space elevator components and the permafrost of the Congo Mountains there, because it's a volcano also now. It has everything you need. So, magnetized with the surplus lightning zone. And the soot is created with the water source in the Nile. And then you can filter the soot aerodynamically to where it shoots almost in space. Like way up there into like weather balloon area. You might have to start the space elevator with components from space first. But you can do it. You can create a space elevator and with its momentum being shot up there, if you keep it sustained enough, it will, with these being so light, we'll be able to propel the aerodynamic soot into outer space. Congo permafrost sites that are honestly creating a matrix like Indiana Jones inside the hieroglyphics. So there's going to be leads to where these sites are in that permafrost. They're so obsessed with like preserving things that they would use the permafrost in the ancient Egypt. They in the Congo Mountain. So if you matrix out these walls of hieroglyphics, it took generations to create one wall. Several generations. So in that amount of time of innovation, father to son, you know, maybe they threw some daughters in there too, but usually they use males in that society from what I understand. They would have serious innovations created over that time. So in that, they're not going to be working with a two-dimensional surface anymore. They're going to be thinking three-dimensional, and if they're working with hiding things, they're going to be hiding the map within a matrix of information. And it's already a matrix form. So that's how you find the all kinds of things, is to matrix out the hieroglyphics. So one wall, like a three-dimensional space, like layering of the imagery, evolution from one form to the next, and from that form on that wall, like all four walls, ceiling, form like the exact hieroglyphics that, like, you're gonna see that I don't think that and that's a way to find things in each because for people like us, there's no way we can sit there and stare at a wall our whole lives and not think it three-dimensional. Like, we're painting these three-dimensional things, and then we're going to end up wanting to build them three-dimensionally over, if not one generation, easily like our second generation. Venison, adrenal glands. Venison, adrenal glands. So, venison already has, I've been eating a lot of venison lately, it already has a lot of adrenaline in it, and you know, it's noticeable compared to the amount of energy we have. So, you know, with venison being so empowering, like running compared to a cow, I think beef jerky made out of the adrenaline gland is a good idea. Only problem with that is preparing it will be pretty difficult because it sits right on the kidneys. So you really got a chance of it tasting pretty awful. So we have to be prepared for it, but it will be a really good thing, like energy drink jerky. Like literally like beef jerky that's composed of adrenaline. Talk about an energy drink. Alcohol capsules. Alcoholics pour it into capsules so it isn't on the breath. So, alcoholics have a lot of problems, so, you know, like, they have to have alcohol or they have problems, like health problems, so they're shaking and getting ill. And they're not allowed to drink and work or they can be fired. So, the way to help them out is to have, not going to involve soldiers too. It's a good way to keep people normal, keep people safe, while people at work who have an alcohol problem. Alcohol, from what I understand, can be used to pop cigarettes. But if you're not a drinker, and you start drinking heavily, and just stop smoking, then you can pop cigarettes. Like, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I've never tried that.
Cube sound test.
Fall back to sleep, fall back to sleep, fall back to sleep with dream machine. Use of fall back to sleep. Dream machine is the flickering of light on your closed eyelids.
This is
After a few minutes,
each video plays on the grid.
it creates a light show behind your eyelids because your brain thinks it's sleeping. Sculpt God to get video of God as the focus of use of lucid dreams to monitor. This time, what we're doing is asking. This is also a rapid travel with Bible books, sculpting God with lucid dreams as a monitor, record hand movements and descriptions. The info will be compiled to create an image and video of God. The act of sculpting the light blade to form God will give us info needed to create a model of it'll be pretty close, you know, especially within the re-referencing of describe what features you're sculpting, and that'll really do it. Purchase live views of live feeds of the compiling process, etc. Apollo earned us the right to consume because we defend Earth. Immortalizing existence by traveling the universe in moments and returning /% to any thought and anywhere thought throughout time. Intricate exploration of the universe with externalized minds housed in structures composed of only light, focused with lenses made of heat instead of plastic, glass, or water. Using lucid dreams as a monitor when waking in the morning, then falling back asleep, with augmented reality apps allowing sleep movements and sound to control training dream sequences and 24/7 individual production of innovations. So, like, when you're asleep, with lucid dreams being used as a monitor,
you can be plugged into any kind of system because your sleep movements can be monitored by AR and manipulate whatever you're being told to visualize in your sleep. So like move your hand a little bit and it affects it and it activates screens, for example, while you're sleeping and visualizing what you're told to dream. And choosing alien intelligence doesn't exist because they wouldn't be here. If younger, we would be flooded because of ease of use of quantum race experiment, travel in the universe moments. If older, they would be here and have nothing to fear because we've almost solved war for ourselves. So they'd have no enemies around. There's no species that is kept 100% secret. There are always leads and resources to everything that we have around us. It's too vast of a lead. Ancient flight mainframe made of wise men, Sandman, our cheap minds, creative computing, immortalizing existence. Our autism features intricate variations and unconscious expressions that allow supercomputer cores to map our experiences. Time travel existing, proven into the future on rockets, and proven into the past with quantum racer experiment focused on starlight, proves God exists. Because that's the first superpower you need to gain omnipotence. Because you're instantly able to rebuild yourself to omnipotence with unlimited time by sending things and your mind into the future and anywhere throughout time. So you're able to collect all the resources you need to build yourself into omnipotence, like the technology. So that's the first technology you need. And then that instantly allows you to build everything else that you need to do. Super powerful space engines composed of only nuke explosions housing and channeling the forces. Space elevators can be made with volcanoes using lightning to magnetize aerodynamically filtered soot.
2,000 times $500 equals $1 million. Million a day earned. Export barrel to Antarctica for $500. 2,000 poverty daily. That's unable to afford cremation.
2,000 impoverished Jews and deaths cheaper than cremation. Once started service was Antarctic, organs free imperial export. Normalizing existence. The Antarctic translation got multiplied towards organization. Operations on the world, pilots organisms, internalizing the intelligence, ourselves. Basically, construct